Fredo, for this kind invitation. My apologies for not being able to be there. As you know, I am currently attending a work meeting, ICANN related work meeting in Los Angeles, and I wasn't able to be with you physically, but it's always a pleasure to be with you guys. And I apologize for not having my camera on, but my bandwidth is that of the hotel I'm staying, and that usually the bandwidth in hotels is not very cooperating in this instance. And so again, my apologies for not having my camera turned on. And well, we have a very interesting topic in front of us, which is artificial intelligence and the metaverse. And I'd like to have this session to be more as a dialogue, as an informal chat, rather than a monologue or a lecture from my side. And I invite you all to kindly raise your hands and intervene whenever you feel like it. It's better if we foster this dialogue with questions and with interventions. And I invite you and encourage you to also share your opinions on the topic. So artificial intelligence seems to be like the buzzword of the moment in many scenarios and many aspects. Seems that everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. And well, I'm pretty sure that some of you might be familiar with the concept, but in the end, artificial intelligence, it's at least in my view, product of different human-led processes. And of course, those processes are overtaken by machines, and by either executing programs, orders, or otherwise automated processes. They they can create derivative works, and as opposed to original works. And this is also something that I would like to point out. So currently, copyright and the continental notion of author's rights, droit d'auteur, it's based on originality. And while copyright and droit d'auteur are similar in many aspects, they are also fundamentally different. And this is where I think we can have a debate and a reflection on whether artificial intelligence is something that will evolve in a way that could replace human creativity in some way. So as I was saying, currently anyone who creates a work is recognized as author of that work. In the copyright system, moral entities or legal entities can also be assumed as creators, as owners of those rights. And in the continental tradition, the droit d'auteur tradition, that's only reserved to persons, to individuals who create works. So if you look at this from the perspective of applying artificial intelligence to the creation of new works, then we have a debate in place. So again, understanding that these artificial intelligence are processes that are automated, but otherwise programmed and created by humans. How do you apply the concept of creating when such works are created by entities working under an artificial intelligence? And there is currently a debate in this topic, of course, as an emerging technology, as an emerging topic, on whether these works would fall under public domain as soon as they are created, or whether these works merit being granted uh, rights for those behind the creation of the artificial intelligence entities, or whether the companies that foster or in a way sponsor the artificial intelligence entities would be thought of as right holders. And if you apply the logic of the uh, tradition in the continental doctrine, then you would end up concluding that it is not possible to grant authorship of a work to an artificial intelligence entity, because it's not formally created by a human being. It's not created by an individual. And if you apply the copyright logic, then you might bump into granting authorship and rights to that to that artificial intelligence entity, because that is something that is able to happen under these copyright tradition and doctrine. So where are we headed with these two opposing views? So the debate that we have at hand is going to give much to talk about in the coming years. But I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Who should be granted the rights upon works that are created by or via artificial intelligence entities? But first, let me reflect on artificial intelligence entities do not create on a vacuum, right? They are not isolated. They depend on humans, so to speak, with feeding them with works and with information, so that they can process it and they can execute their automated processes and create whatever works emerge from that, from applying those processes. So again, if you think of artificial intelligence as a creating or creativity force, you will find out that it's not necessarily something that is creating on its own, but it's creating upon the works of third parties. And these works from third parties, of course, also have rights, even if they are in public domain. Under the continental tradition of droit d'auteur, these works that are in public domain have what we call moral rights, and these moral rights ask that we respect some of the rights of the creator at perpetuity. So, for example, if we were to modify in any way the work, that is a moral right that it's granted to its creator. So again, applying artificial intelligence to this kind of works might not only infringe rights from their creators, from their original creators, but also pose the question of whether these works are original or not, and whether applying these automated processes and mechanisms to create derivative works from these otherwise original works qualifies as an intellectual activity that could therefore be protected or granted protection under the current copyright and rights holders legislation. So again, I mean, if you go to these popular sites in which you can start creating, so to speak, or triggering a creative event, understanding as not as the traditional concept of creation, but an evolved concept of creation executed via these automated processes, then you will find that again, whatever is created from these processes is derivative from other original works, and it's not only it doesn't involve necessarily an intellectual process that could be thought of or qualified as creativity or intellectual creation. So again, this is
Leon, sorry to
yes.
interrupt you. I want to remind the audience, both remotely and here in the room, that if you have any questions, use the chat to post your questions or raise your hand, and we'll get to you. And sorry, Leon, again, I do have a question for you.
Yes, Alfredo.
You've been bringing up some interesting points from a legal point of view in terms of what is artificial intelligence, and when something is created using algorithms within artificial intelligence language, is there a point that we could have a snapshot and have that be a copyright property? It has its own author, which in this case would be a machine or a tool that we have in place.
I'm sorry, Alfredo. Your audio cut a little bit while you were formulating the question. So could you kindly repeat it?
Sure, I'll try to do it again. The thing is that you mentioned that artificial intelligence is, there's no human being behind that. So when we're talking about copyrights and creativity, artificial intelligence is a way that as the equipment keeps learning, then through machine language, we could develop something. My question is, could we have a snapshot taken at some point in that process and have some copyright artifact that could be patented, although it's not a human being that's in the process of creating that?
So that's exactly the debate, Alfredo, and you raise an important and interesting question. And there is a paper from a colleague of mine, which I respect, and we are good friends. I'm going to paste the link on the chat if you allow me. It's Andres Guadamus, an academic from the Sussex University, and we've been friends for I think 15 or 18 years now, and we will argue and reflect upon different copyright theories. And in this paper, you will see his position in regard to copyright and artificial intelligence, and the debate that is currently happening within the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. And his position is that uh, artificial intelligence works should be granted copyright based in that these processes, these algorithms, these programs are the result of intellectual activity, right? Of human intellectual activity. So his theory, his position is that the copyright from the works that are derived or created by artificial intelligence means should be granted to those humans who intervened in programming that artificial intelligence. But this poses a bigger question to me. I would agree with Andres to some extent, but also disagree in a larger portion of reasoning, because if you do that, if you grant copyright to those human beings or to the companies behind programming and creating these artificial intelligence processes and uh, uh, and uh, and 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 grant them these rights, then the spirit of the law, the essence of the law, which in my view is to protect creators, to protect individuals that create any kind of works, then it dilutes and it ends up uh, 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 it ends defeating the purpose, because again we have these huge companies that are pushing for artificial intelligence processes and machines that are investing billions of dollars in it, and you have on the other hand individuals and creators that of course don't have that kind of money, don't have that kind of technology, that continue creating. But when you apply artificial intelligence to the original works that the individuals are creating, and get into creating derivative works from the original works, then if you grant any kind of rights to these resulting works, you would be taking away the rights to the individuals that created the original works. I don't know if I'm being clear. It's a little bit mixed, or it could be a little tricky to understand this reasoning. But the boiling point is artificial intelligence created works don't exist in a vacuum, as I was saying. They are created upon pre-existing works, and those pre-existing works have rights in favor of their human creators. So if we were to grant any rights to works created via artificial intelligence, we would be taking those rights away from the individuals who created the original works by which the artificial intelligence was fed with to create this new derivative work. And if we grant this kind of rights to these artificial intelligence entities, or those who programmed or work or created those artificial intelligence entities, then my view is that big tech companies would end up uh, owning pretty much every creation possible in the world, and they would displace individuals from creating and from having any kind of rights upon their works. And that of course again I think would defeat the purpose and the spirit of the legislation that is in charge of that is in charge of protecting creators' rights. So again, this is a very interesting debate. I think we have a lot of conversation to still have in the future. But I don't know if that answered your question, Alfredo, and if you have any comments related to it.
Yes, it answers my question. We have a question from one of the audience that are here in the room. Eduardo, the floor is yours.
Hola, Leon. This is Eduardo asking you a question. Now, we're talking about rights on the artificial intelligence and things are written by computers and things like that. But, you know, if we move into this virtual world, that it's called a metaverse, what rights do I have there? I mean, are there any rights? You know, if I, you know, I'm thinking about trademarks. I don't know if things that happen in the regular internet that might happen in there. The avatar, you know, is that my own avatar, or people can copy that, things like that. Can you know, talk about that a little bit? Thank you.
Of course, Ed, thank you very much for your question. And this is an important concept. The law regulates conducts, it doesn't regulate media. So whatever we do in what we call the metaverse, or on the digital environment, the digital ecosystem, is already regulated. Of course, there can be some places or some actions that, for the nature of the media, could be enhanced in their regulation, and we know that the law is always many steps behind technology and evolution, but nevertheless we can apply whatever regulation we have created to the analog world, so to speak, into the digital world. And of course, the metaverse being a place in the digital world, uh, should be, or is already regulated by those laws that we have created for the physical world. So uh, this is just starting, and this could shift in the future. I am just reasoning here, or making a reasoning based on traditional concept of law, but this could of course shift, as I said, in the future. But if we apply what we have right now, then you would end up having uh, actions against those who would copy not only your works, but, as you said, maybe your avatar, your trademarks, without your authorization in the metaverse. So the metaverse doesn't exist, again, in an isolated world, or in a vacuum. It relates to our uh, 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 real world, so to speak, because of course the metaverse is also real, but just in a different way. Understanding this, again, all the regulation that we have for our physical world is valid also within the metaverse. How we enforce that, that's a different question, and I think that's part of the debate and the evolution that we need to have, and to continue watching how this is going to evolve. And uh, that this takes me to a different kind of reasoning, not related necessarily to copyright or to authors' rights, but to liability. If we think of artificial intelligence in the liability space, then we will have, multiple opportunities to reflect upon what happens in this space of artificial intelligence and liability. Think of these cars that are autonomous and that self-drive. What happens when one of those cars, which is programmed to self drive, or to have an autopilot, causes an accident? Who is liable for that accident? One would say, under traditional thinking, that maybe the owner of that car would be liable for any damages that are caused by an accident in which this car is involved. Uh, but then again, one could argue it's not necessarily the owner. Could we extend that liability to uh, the manufacturer of the car, to the providers of that manufacturer who programmed the different processes that enable this car to self drive and to have this autopilot? Could we put liability on the manufacturers of the many sensors and cameras that the car has as tools or means to execute these automated programs and processes? Who are we to blame or to have be responsible for an accident that is caused in this context? So again, the debate is just starting, and the possibilities, I see them as being endless. And this is something that I think we will need to address sooner than later, of course. and and I think this is where these this session can trigger this conversation and this reflection, and that is exactly what I want to do here. I want to provoke you into thinking what we have ahead, into sharing your views, into sharing your reflections, and why not also fantasize a little bit of how about how we see ourselves in the near future, because this is already happening. This is not something that I'm making up, and you must be aware of this. This is not something that I'm just projecting into the future. This is already here, and we already have this kind of problems. There have already been accidents that involve automated cars, and with very tragic consequences to those involved in those accidents. And when you look again to the situation of holding someone responsible and the liability that goes along with it, you can also ask other questions, like in the space of insurance. If you have two cars that are autonomous and that are self-driven, and they have some kind of insurance, and those two cars are involved in a car accident, of course, who will pay for those damages? Which insurance company would pay for those damages? How do you determine who was responsible? Again, who has any liability in this case? So this, of course, uh, goes far beyond just the space of copyright or creators' rights. It goes into very much any aspect in which we involve artificial intelligence. So at this point, I would like to open the floor for any comments or questions as to this reflection that I'm posing or putting in the table in regard to how we would determine liability in situations in which artificial intelligence is involved.
Thank you, Leon. We have a couple of questions, and the first in the queue is Eduardo.
Hello, Leon. This is just a follow-up on the metaverse. So because you said the rights that are indeed applies to that, at least that's what I understood. But you know, there are metaverses that you can buy real estate. Now, is that something that I can enforce? You know that if I buy a plot, I don't get anybody to go there and put their things. What? And you talk about enforcement, so that brings me to the internet governance thing about trust. If I'm going to put money in this metaverse to do X or Y, how do I know I can trust? Well, I believe if I put money there and somebody invade my plot in this example, then I should have some way of enforcing that doesn't happen. So how can I trust that? I mean, I can talk about blockchains and other things like that, but the metaverse. So if you can just give us some ideas or your thoughts on that. Thank you.
No, I think you're exactly right, Ed. I think that trust is essential to the ecosystem, as it is very much in many ways to the digital environment and digital ecosystem. How do we enforce things in the metaverse? That's a very good question, and I think that's part of the evolution that we need to see once we continue having this conversation and this debate. I honestly don't have an answer for that. I think that there will be means and ways to enforce regulation in the metaverse at some level. But then again, it's something that remains to be determined and to be implemented when time comes, of course. I see our judicial systems having trouble understanding the digital environment so far. So if we take this up a notch and we ask our judges and our judicial system to understand the metaverse, which is in a way, of course, an evolution of the digital environment, then I think we will be in deep trouble trying to explain judges and lawmakers what the metaverse is all about. And we've seen efforts in legislation which are not created in a way that we would appreciate as friendly in the internet governance space, because these are laws that are not formed via a multi-stakeholder process, but instead via decision-making bodies in sovereign countries that often don't take into account the many technical aspects that can break things as we know them. And this, of course, goes back to our fundaments and in the internet governance space, as you well said. So I think that any regulation, any effort that intends to both regulate and to enforce regulation within the metaverse and the digital environment should come or must come from a deliberative process that is inclusive, that enables all the uh, stakeholders to take part in that debate, to shape that regulation and to execute that regulation. So when you look at enforcement in the metaverse, as you say, trust is key, and establishing these mechanisms and these bodies that the community that is immersed in this metaverse will trust and enforce these regulations. It's again fundamental in my view. Now, you said something about blockchain, and uh, uh, this is also one of the favorite buzzwords currently. I guess blockchain and crypto and everything that has to do with it. Uh, and I take this to back to the trust conversation. I don't know if you are aware, but there has recently been an event in which a blockchain or alternate domain name provider, Unstoppable Domains, I guess is their name, had an event in which they suspended, and they ended any domains under a certain extension resolving in their environment, because something happened there, and they just said, okay, we're gonna take everything down, and they won't resolve anymore, and they shut down the whole system. So again, this is a matter of trust, as you say. If you don't have a trusted body behind these alternate spaces, and someone who is in control,
Okay,
ironically, a
so
centralized
Leon,
control. Yes.
yes, sorry to interrupt you. We're having some issues with your audio. So let's stop right here and have Andre, which is waiting in the queue to ask a question, if you don't mind, Leon.
Absolutely, Alfredo.
Okay, Andre.
Thank you very much. My name is Andre Sherboch. I represent McGill University in Montreal, Canada. And I'd like to ask you about, so we're talking about the metaverse. We're talking about the artificial intelligence, but we are living in the legal, let's say, environment. But I could not even predict which rules could exist in this metaverse, and how to create rules that will not undermine human potential, human creativity, human rights in the end. As you know, we have not agreement between nations about the general rules of internet governance that could be acceptable on international level in national community. How could we act in metaverse when we don't have any obligatory rules? But I could even imagine a procedure for adoption of these rules, maybe the rules of procedure for Metaverse or something like that. That's the issues we should resolve just to make human beings comfortable in this metaverse, in this enhanced cyberspace, let's say, and other things, but artificial intelligence. For example, I have some scientific articles that there are experiments for allowing artificial intelligence to be judged in some cases, or acting as a paralegal to resolve human disputes between humans by using artificial intelligence. But I'm really have some doubts about the absence of any kind of legal regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, for your question and reflection. I agree with you. I mean, as you say, I can't even imagine what this is going to produce and where it's going to end. But if we go back to the principle that I was sharing with you on how pretty much everything that we do in the digital ecosystem and digital environment is already regulated by those laws that apply to the physical world, then we can start to have an answer. The challenge here, again, I think, is how we enforce these regulations in this metaverse. Again, the metaverse is not a different is not a parallel world, is not a different space. It happens within our space. It's just it happens in a different medium, which is of course digital. So again, the challenge for me is not as much as establishing regulation around the metaverse, but enforcing that regulation within the metaverse. And I guess what you say, it's central to this debate. How do we apply this regulation that has been thought of and shaped to fit the physical world in the metaverse without displacing the human beings? And that is why I was reflecting at the beginning of my intervention on why I thought granting rights to those entities that invest in programming or shaping these artificial intelligence entities would not be viable in my view, because that would end up actually displacing the human creators, and that's something I would definitely don't want to see. I don't know if that answers your question, Andre, or at least helps continue the dialogue and the debate.
Yes, he says it does. This is Alfredo again. I do have another question for you, Leon. At one point, you mentioned different stakeholders. And I was wondering, are you thinking or you foresee some kind of organization that can get together different members of the community, the technical community, the intellectual community, and together work on some form of policy to regulate or to establish some fundamental rules when we're using the metaverse? Keep in mind that later on, we're going to talk about NFTs and blockchain and DNS and decentralized. So don't touch on that, Leon, because we're going to get into deep waters if we start talking about all that.
Okay. Okay.
So thank you.
No, I mean, I couldn't tell, Alfredo, to be honest, if we are going to have a body that that has all the different stakeholders within it in an effort to shape these policies and regulations. I would say that it is an aspiration that decision makers and lawmakers actually turn their view and their attention into these groups of different stakeholders to shape whatever regulation they want to create. But then again, I am not sure we will be seeing a single body with multiple stakeholders that will be the centralized or the guide to shape these policies or these regulations. I think this is, I mean, when I think of ISOC, for example, and how the different chapters execute their work, I think ISOC is an excellent input or an excellent outlet to this kind of efforts, because working at local level with the different decision makers and lawmaking bodies through ISOC, in which converge different kind of stakeholders, we can guide these decision makers into shaping these norms without breaking things as we know them. So again, how this is going to turn out in the future, I don't know. But it would be, as I said, a good aspiration to think that decision makers and lawmakers are going to accept this guidance from multi-stakeholder bodies or entities and feed that into their the decisional process. I also see that there's a hand by Jose Pavon on the Zoom. I don't know if there's a question from Jose.
Jose, are you online? You're a remote participant. You can activate
Yes,
your mic.
yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and excellent presentation, Leon. I think that maybe can be a point of start, as in many nations, the medicine, lawyers, and engineering practice are regulated by the principle of that this practice may affect the life and property of the persons. I think that depends of the use of these technologies, we can classify also as if this product or service can be affect the life and the property of the person. So it could be a principle in terms to establish regulation and responsibilities, because I know that in that practices there are many programmers, but also are engineers and other professionals that most of his profession in some places are regulated. So it could be a good start and begin evaluated this in terms of the change of commands, in terms of the change of responsibility. And well, it will not be perfect, and maybe will not cover all the areas, and maybe not provide all responsibility, but at least it's a start. And then maybe we create conscience in the people and in the programmers and in the professional to begin take more in consideration the security aspects, how the algorithm will work, and maybe we provide a more secure environment on these platforms.
Thanks, Jose. You are right, and I agree with the principles that you state, and I think again this is a conversation that it's only starting, and how it will evolve depends on us, I guess. How it will turn out in the end, that remains to be seen. And again, the metaverse has many interesting debates and spaces for conversation, and I would like to raise a different point, a different view. I also see a question in the chat from Cornelio. He says metaverse currently lacks clear governance standards. What can we do as global community to address this issue? And I think Cornelio, to me, what I have been saying, try to approach the decision makers, the lawmakers, and try to be part of that decision making process in the best way possible. And as I said, it's not that the metaverse lacks clear governance standards. We can apply the standards of governance that we have for the physical world into the metaverse. The challenge again is how we enforce those standards, how we enforce those governance mechanisms. That I think is the main challenge. And now I'd like to again put a different view, a different reflection on the table, and this has to do with the way that the metaverse can be used to influence in electoral processes. If we look at the metaverse and let's assume and let's think that we are all already immersed in this metaverse, and this metaverse starts providing us with political advertising and political views in our different spaces, and suddenly it happens that the candidate that we thought we didn't like starts giving us this speech about exactly what we expect him to deliver. And suddenly we start liking this candidate. But it happens that the candidate that we or the candidates that we sympathize with are very much in line, and suddenly all political candidates seem to be talking the same language and are all delivering the message that I want to be delivered. But that's not the same message that other persons are getting, because they have different political views, different political thoughts. They are getting a different message, but all by the same by the different candidates. So what I'm trying to say here is that in the metaverse, we could also see this kind of manipulation in which we could have tailored or crafted speeches and principles delivered to us depending on how the platform knows our inclinations, our political views, and then adapt them to the discourse of the different political candidates. So that's of course fantasizing a lot, but in my view, not impossible in the near future, and that would be of course another thing to think about and to get worried about. Are we? I mean, I to some extent, I think that we are manipulated in political ways. But to have this new level of manipulation seems to me scary, and having the tools to try to at least identify whether we are being immersed in this kind of manipulation or not would be, of course, a different challenge. And I'm not sure if I'm deviating from the purpose of this talk, Alfredo.
Yes,
But
yes,
I
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I do have a question, and don't worry if we sort of deviate a little bit on the topic. My question is related to an example you gave. You mentioned the autonomous vehicles or driverless cars that are managed using internal systems of artificial intelligence and so forth. But at some point, they have equipment that needs GPS, so they communicate to different satellites, or they use Bluetooth to engage with the owner of the vehicle. How does the end user, now I'm talking about the individual, deal with issues where their system is hacked? Is that because of a flaw from the manufacturer, or does the one that provides the IP to authenticate the equipment and the system liable? So I'm talking from a legal point of view, but there's an internet governance issue that we need to ensure that it's in place as well. What do you think about that?
Well, it's a complex question, I think, to which I don't have an answer. I guess, uh, as it involves different aspects, of course. And I mean, what I can tell you right now is we would need to look into the details of what we are trying to describe here, as to be able to determine the different liabilities that might be involved, if any, of course. So I don't think it's an easy scenario. There's no easy way out of that, because as I was describing or trying to describe when I first spoke about autonomous cars, uh, there might be different levels of liability, and there might be uh, different persons involved. As you say, what if the system got hacked? What if the satellites went down and the GPS couldn't work properly? What if it was not a software problem? What if it was a physical problem in the sensors and the cameras that serve as tools to automate the driving system in the car? So again, there are endless possibilities, and the challenge again is to establish these mechanisms and these tools to accurately determine who would be responsible and held liable for this kind of events. Uh, if we translate these reflection into the internet governance space, again, my feeling is that we should start thinking of how we can get the different stakeholders involved into establishing this kind of mechanisms, this kind of tools, and this kind of processes to determine or to explore this kind of situations of it.
Okay, well, thank you, Leon, for that. I do have a final question, and I'm going to give you 2 minutes to answer it, because we're almost at the top of the hour and we have to set up for the next speaker. The question is our legal and ethical aspects the same? And if they're not, what is the difference between one and the other? And I'm asking that because we have audience that deals more with ethical aspects than legal aspects.
Well, thank you, Alfredo, for that question, which is not an easy question to answer as well.
I know.
And I mean, I of course I don't carry the truth with me. I'm just posing my opinion here, and what I think about legal and ethics. And in my view, the legal aspect should reflect the ethical aspects of a society, right? But nevertheless, you can have and we in fact have different ethical principles, and what might be ethic for some persons might not be ethical for others. And in that way, the legal reality that is that bears or embeds these ethical principles might be also very different from one place to another. So I again don't think that the ethics and the legal aspects are the same. They are related in many ways, but we shouldn't confuse ethics with legality, because we could have something that is legal but is very unethical, and we've seen examples of this in history, in which there were some legislations that made unethical things legal. Like, for example, if we think of slavery, it used to be legal, and some persons back then might have thought that it was ethical, right?
Mhm.
Now, what we have today is that it's not only unethical, but it's also illegal. So again, these concepts might shift and evolve as humanity evolves. So again, I think it's important to not confuse ethics with legality. And even if something is legal, might not necessarily be ethical. And if something is ethical, might not necessarily be legal.
Okay, thank you, Leon, for that. If anybody else has any questions, please send them to us so that we can share them with Leon so that we can keep on dialoguing about these aspects. Later on, we're going to have other speakers that are going to sort of deep dive into some of the concepts that Leon mentioned. So Leon, thank you so much for taking some time out of your complicated schedule to share with us, and we hope to see you next year when we have our next School of North America School of Internet Governance. So now I'm going to give the floor to Ernesto. I'm going to give the floor to Ernesto so he gives some details about what's coming next. Thank you again, Leon, and thank you.
So thank you, Alfredo. Thank you, everyone for your time, for listening to me, and for the invitation. Thank you, Eduardo, Glenn, Alfredo, everyone involved, and I look forward to continue the dialogue and hopefully be with you next year, as you say. Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Excellent. We're right on schedule. So it's 10 a.m. Our next session is an overview on cybersecurity, where we will be exploring current cybersecurity threats and their impact on internet governance. This is going to be presented by Mr. Milton Mueller, and Eduardo Diaz is in charge of facilitating this session.
Thank you
Hi
so
there.
much. Now we're going to hear and presenting Dr. Milton Mueller. He's a professor in Georgia Tech. That was my alma. It's my alma mater. I went there, and I believe we have a student here in the audience that then went to Georgia Tech too. He's a professor of program director, master of science in cybersecurity. We invited him to Puerto Rico, but he's busy teaching at Georgia Tech. So he was graciously said, I can do this remotely. So that's the magic of being remote. So Milton, if you have a presentation, I believe you have access to the share your screen, and we're ready whenever you are.
All right. Thank you for the invitation. I'm really pleased to be here. And yes, it would have been great to come to Puerto Rico at this time, but of course it's the middle of the semester here. I'm teaching later today. I have 2 classes, and just wasn't possible. So let me share my screen and get my slides up there. I see the host has disabled participant screen sharing, so you're going to have to change that. Let me start with a few introductory comments while you're doing that. I noticed that you were talking about some very far-ranging issues, artificial intelligence regulation, the Metaverse, and so on. And this corresponds to a conversation that we're having in the Internet Governance Project, which I run, which is, are we really talking about Internet governance anymore, or is it a broader issue called digital political economy? And we are looking at a broader digital ecosystem. The internet is a very important part of it, but there are so many, it's such pervasive in our society, the digital networks, the data, the software, the devices. Let's not forget about the importance of all of these ubiquitous digital devices that we have, that we may need to broaden our concept of governance to include the whole digital ecosystem. All right, so now I can share my screen, and I will do that. All right, you all see my slide? I guess you do. So cybersecurity is one of those areas which very much intersects with internet governance. Just let me know whether you're seeing my slide. Can somebody speak and let me know?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so security in a virtual world. What I'm going to do is talk about cybersecurity as it intersects with internet governance. As I said, they're very closely related. I think let's start with this concept of cyberspace, because I think that is really the point of intersection of internet governance and cyberspace. I mean, and cybersecurity. So what do we mean by cyberspace? I don't know how much of a discussion you've had, whether you use that term, whether you think of it as something from the 1990s, but I think it's still important to have a concept of space.
All right. This is Eduardo. Your slides are not showing for some reason. I mean, we see you.
Right. You see me. All right. Let me share again. Right. How's that?
Now it's good.
All right. So this is a definition of cyberspace that the US military came up with back in the early 2000s, and they call it the Interdependent Network of Information Technology Infrastructures. It includes the internet, telecom networks, computer systems, and embedded processors and controllers. Now, basically what they're talking about is the sort of the entire sort of electronic and telecommunications infrastructure. And that's a valid definition in some sense, that those are certainly all part of cyberspace. But what I don't like about that definition is that it sort of presents cyberspace as this sort of disconnected collection of different things. And I think I like better this definition from Germany's cybersecurity strategy, where they say the basis for cyberspace is the internet as a universal and publicly accessible connection and transport network, which can be complemented and expanded by any number of additional data networks. And so that gives you the sense that what is really unique about cyberspace is, in fact, the internet. What made it all connected, what made it a space that you can navigate was the internet protocol. And as you can see from this famous hourglass diagram, you have millions of different applications, software applications. You have a few different transport protocols. You've got lots of different physical layer technologies, ranging from radio to copper to fiber. And then you have multiple data link layer or layer 2 technologies, but they all converge at the IP layer, at network layer. And that's what makes the world's electronic telecommunication systems interoperable and interconnected. And that in turn is what makes cyberspace both this tremendously valuable resource that we all love and a security threat. Because think about it for a moment. When in the world has it ever been the case that societies, a computer on a desktop anywhere in the world is suddenly accessible to anybody else in the world? And that includes almost everything you can think of, the government organizations, the commercial organizations, and so on. That's all now accessible to each other. And there are no borders. And of course, as more and more people in the world adopt or connect to the internet, and we're now at about 2/3 of the world population, which is quite remarkable, we have created this cyberspace in which we have global compatibility. The structures of cyberspace are fundamentally defined by software. And software is vulnerable. Software is programmable. It is changeable. It can be used to deceive as well as to issue instructions or commands. And in addition to this, we have a mismatch between the authority structures that we set up around, for the last 3 or 4 centuries around national governments, and this cyberspace where it is non-territorial. There are no recognized national borders. The IP addresses are distributed by transnational regional entities. The domain name system is global. The technical standards that define the internet are global, open, and non-proprietary, so anyone can use them. So this is, as I said, both a wonderful social achievement that allows everybody to communicate, and it's a security problem because all of the social problems that we have can be translated into cyberspace. And so it's best to think of cyberspace not only as a city where we all accept the fact that you're going to have crime, you're going to have fraud, you're going to have bad people, you're going to have fights, bullying, and lies. And we're never going to get rid of that. And furthermore, as we saw from that chart showing internet usage growing, this is a city that is expanding by millions, if not hundreds of million people every week in terms of people being added to the internet and new devices and new kinds of networks being added to it. So of course, in this cyberspace, we're going to have all kinds of social problems, which we can talk about as cybersecurity problems. So how do we talk about the governance of cybersecurity? Well, and by the way, this lecture and this whole cybersecurity approach is something we develop in our master's degree program, which is available online. We're offering a master's degree in cybersecurity that is available, to hundreds of people online, and you get a really good 36 credit course structure introducing you to both the technical and the governance aspects of cybersecurity. So let's talk about what I call the governance stack. First of all, let's just come up with some fundamental definitions. You probably have heard of this before. It's called the CIA. It's a definition of what do we mean by information security or cybersecurity. And so you can basically break it down into 3 elements. There is confidentiality. That is to mean your information is conveyed only to the people that you authorized. And if you don't want somebody to see that information, you can keep it confidential, you can keep it secret. Integrity refers to the accuracy of the information. It means that the data that you have stored or that you are transmitting has not been changed or manipulated or corrupted, either in transit or while it is stored. And of course, that's something that can be attacked. The integrity of data can be attacked. Let's say, just to use a silly example, if you're a student in a class and you sneak into the professor's records and change your grade from a C to an A, then that's a violation of the integrity of the data. And availability refers to whether the system is up, whether it is able to function, whether it's been shut down or not. So that would be, I think in Puerto Rico, you have, unfortunately, a very good awareness of what availability means because of some of the hurricanes and weather problems that you've had that have knocked out your electrical power. But it could also mean a wire cut done deliberately, or it could mean a denial of service attack where your basic ability to function as a network is impaired by some kind of adverse action. So you're probably familiar, if you have any background in networking or computer science, with what we call the OSI stack. And that was a very useful reference model that dates back to actually the late 70s or early 80s, when we were trying to figure out how to create interoperable data communication systems. We found it very useful to separate the problem into layers. So at the physical layer, you're talking about, bits that are communicated literally by means of voltage variations or some kind of a physical difference in the physical medium. At the data link layer, you're talking about a slightly more formatting of the data. Layer 3 is where the internet protocols are. That's mostly software. In fact, everything from layer 3 on up is software defined. And you can see that they defined data communications in terms of these different layers. So why am I talking about this in connection to cybersecurity governance? Well, we don't want you to take this too literally, but it can be helpful in terms of thinking about this to look at cybersecurity problems in layers also. So there can be cybersecurity problems at the organizational layer, at the level at which you are operating or running a network as an organizational entity. If any of you know what an autonomous system is, that's the basic unit of networking in the internet. And those autonomous system numbers are held by organizations. They could be very small organizations, such as, the Internet Society of Puerto Rico probably has its own network. Could be very large organizations like a major commercial internet service provider, or it could be anything in between. And the organizational layer, as we'll see, is very different in terms of cybersecurity from the different other layers. In this level, as we'll see, cybersecurity is really more of a private good. It's like locking your house or locking your car at night, creating security mechanisms to prevent somebody from breaking into your home or stealing your car. And when you go to layer 9, we're talking about the national level, and then you're dealing with collective action for security at the level of governments. And so the mechanisms of cybersecurity there are laws and regulations. Sometimes they are policies and sometimes they're voluntary, but most of the time they are hierarchical and compulsory. And then at the international level, we have a very different situation because there is no transnational government. There is no world government. So the mechanisms for governance are very weak. Usually there are forms of networked governance, which we'll talk about more, could be diplomacy, and when things break down, it could be war or military conflict in which, cyber capabilities can play a role, mostly in the form of espionage, but possibly also in terms of sabotage. So this is what I call the societal levels. They're not layers in the technical sense that layers 1 through 7 are, but it's a useful way to think about different characteristics of cybersecurity governance at different levels of social organization. Now, in addition to these different levels, there are 3 distinct forms of governance, 3 basic categories through which governance takes place. And we call them markets, hierarchies, and networks. So market governance, you probably should understand basically what it is. It's where resources are allocated through exchange, through contracts, through buying and selling. And many people I've noticed in the internet governance environment do not think of the market as a form of governance, but they should, because it's actually probably the single most important form of governance that happens in cyberspace. And in this system of market governance, the price system serves as the regulator. It tells you, how short supply is, how heavy demand is. It helps you guide investment resources. And in the area of cybersecurity, there are tremendous amounts of products and services that are being sold in the market to promote or protect cybersecurity. You see here just a list of the different categories. For example, identity and access management services. You have risk and compliance services from consulting firms like IBM. You have transaction security mechanisms. You have managed security service providers from telecom operators. These are all commercial services designed to protect security that are delivered and developed through the market. Now, networked governance, you may not have heard of, but if you're involved in internet governance, you probably have been actually doing it. So network governance is defined by organizational and political scientists based on this definition you see here. It's a semi-permanent voluntary negotiation system, and it allows interdependent actors to collaborate or take unilateral action in the absence of some kind of an overarching authority. In general, network governance is based on reciprocal benefits that you get through cooperation. So what's an example of networked governance? Can you think of any offhand? Unfortunately, I'm not in the room, so I can't interact with you, but I'll give you a quick example of networked governance, and that would be BGP routing. I don't know how much you know about how BGP works, but fundamentally it is about one autonomous system, one network operator saying, hey, I'm willing to accept packets that are going to the following networks. And you make announcements, you transmit those announcements using the BGP protocol to your neighboring networks. Those networks transmit those announcements to other networks, and in general, the whole system. I mean, it's really quite a remarkable system of interoperation. Any packet anywhere in the world knows where to go, not because there is a central government that says, I'm going to tell you how to send things. It's very decentralized. Every autonomous system decides for itself which routes they're going to accept and which ones they're not going to accept. And if they don't like a particular network, if they think it's full of spammers or is not operating correctly, they can just change their routing announcements and avoid that network altogether. So this is a perfect example of what we mean by networked governance. There is no central authority, but there is widespread cooperation based on the benefits of mutual interconnection. And any network at any point in the network can decide on its own, unilaterally, not to cooperate with another network, but on the whole, we get this remarkable system of cooperation that allows any packet anywhere in the world to find its way to its destination. And then you have hierarchical governance. And for better or worse, that's what most people mean by governance. They mean government, or they mean hierarchy. And that's when transactions or behavior is compelled by an authority. And you can enforce this compulsion by a nation state, by a government, or it can be internal to an organization. So if your boss in your job tells you, I want you to do this, that's a hierarchical system of government. That's a level of governance that is hierarchical within an organization. And contractual enforcement is also actually a form of hierarchical governance. So here's an example of hierarchical governance. That is, the US Congress passing a law telling you if you don't comply with the law, you will be fined, or the police will knock on your door and arrest you. But you can also say that ICANN is a form of hierarchical governance because they write contracts that accredit registrars and registries. And if these contracts are breached, if they do not comply with these contracts, then ICANN can withdraw that accreditation. It does not fine people. It does not put people in jail, thank goodness. But it is able to withdraw a benefit and hierarchically enforce a contract that is meant to make people comply with certain rules. So you can put all this together and say at any level of social organization, the private organization, the national level, the transnational level, you can rely on these three different governance modes. And this is a very, global overview of different kinds of governance structures at different levels of social organization. So as you can imagine, cybersecurity governance makes use of all of these mechanisms at all of these levels, some more than others. For example, at the organizational level, markets and hierarchies are probably more important than networks, although there are some very interesting inter-organizational networks that play a big role in cybersecurity. Let me cite as example the Certificate Authority Browser Forum. I don't know if you know what that does, but that sort of maintains the root stores of the PKI, the public key infrastructure for digital certificates that help you to secure and encrypt your communication with websites, or that offer software certificates that protect the validity of software downloads using digital certificates. At the national level, again, mostly laws, regulations are the main thing, but nations can put together networks of cooperating actors. For example, here in the US, the Federal Communication Commission convened sort of a multi-stakeholder grouping of internet service providers, academics, government agencies, and internet service providers to talk about routing security problems or about software vulnerabilities in some cases. And then at the transnational level, it really gets interesting. There are, of course, global markets for services and security services among them. There are very few transnational hierarchies. There is no real international law because there's no real world government that could enforce those laws. So when we all get excited about what the ITU is doing, we often forget that it really has no police power at all. Whatever power it has to be enforced by a national government, and that kind of pushes things down to layer 9. There are lots of transnational networks. These networks can be cooperative networks among governments or among multinational firms, particularly firms that are the big operators like Microsoft, Google, the big social media platforms, the big internet service providers. They are constantly engaged in voluntary, non-hierarchical forms of cooperation in order to combat cybersecurity problems. Well, I think I'm going to skip over this. I want to get into questions and answers as quickly as possible, but let me give you another conceptual framework for talking about cyber attacks. This is based on a scholarly paper, which if anybody wants the reference, I can give it to them. It's a little bit dense and tries to be mathematical, but I'm going to simplify it for you. And this is a very useful way to think about cyber attacks, cyber intrusions. So it breaks down the whole thing into 4 basic categories. There is an adversary, there is a victim, and the adversary uses a capability. So I don't know if you can see my arrow here, but the adversary uses a capability which is delivered over an infrastructure to affect a victim. All right. So if you're thinking about, let's just take the Stuxnet, the famous Stuxnet attack. The adversary was probably the United States and Israel. The victim was the Iranian nuclear facility at Natanz. They had an extremely well-developed capability, which was this highly sophisticated software that would mess up the centrifuges in this nuclear facility, and would also conceal some of the effects of that from the people operating that facility. It had to be delivered through an infrastructure. We actually are not entirely clear about what kind of infrastructure was used to deliver that software capability. And then it made its way into the victim's capability, and then it did its work. So yeah, the adversary has a capability. Usually that's some kind of software or malware, or it could even mean just the ability to design a deceptive website or phishing message. They deliver it over an infrastructure, and then again, that could be something as simple as a domain name or a command and control infrastructure for a botnet. And we have what we call type 1 and type 2 infrastructures. A type 1 infrastructure is actually owned by the adversary, and type 2 is a infrastructural capability that has been taken over by the adversary but is owned by someone else. So for example, I have maybe installed malware on your computer that makes it a robot in my botnet. That would be an example of a type 2 infrastructure. And then that is used to affect the victim, to deliver something to the victim. Now, one thing I like about this model is that it calls attention to what we call the adversary victim axis. That is to say, what is the relationship, the social, economic, and political relationship between the adversary and the victim? For example, if in the case of the Stuxnet example that I was using, the relationship was one of geopolitical conflict. The United States and Israel view Iran as and its nuclear program as a military threat, and that is basically the motivation for their action. In other cases, let's say it's just like a phishing attack trying to get you to give up your bank account information, then you can talk about the relationship as being fundamentally just a criminal one designed to steal your money. And you can also ask, how persistent is this relationship? So we talk about advanced persistent threats. For example, if you're interested in espionage, if you're interested in spying on your victim, then you are likely to want to have a very persistent relationship. And that means you probably want that relationship to be secret. You don't want to reveal that you've done anything. And then there's the infrastructure capability axis, in which you talk about the way your software capabilities, your malware, your vulnerabilities, your exploits are related to the infrastructure that delivers them. So just, let's say a victim discovers malware on their computer, they look at it, they've discovered a capability. If they inspect the malware, it reveals a command and control domain name, which they can then track back on the internet. They can see where the IP address came from. And then the logs of the victim might look at other victim hosts that are contacting this command and control domain. And if you're lucky, these records might lead you to make an attribution to a particular adversary. So that's just a good example of how you can use this domain name, this diamond model to analyze a cyber attack. Now, some of you may be thinking about information content. What about misinformation? What about disinformation? What about this incredible development just in the last 2 years of AI-enhanced propaganda? And this is a very interesting question about cybersecurity. I take a somewhat different position than most people about this. So let's talk about information content. So this kind of stuff goes by many different names. Some people call it influence operations. Some call it information operations. That's the official name in the US military. Some people use this word, which I do not like. They call it information warfare. A more standard and old term is propaganda. A nicer, softer form of propaganda is called public diplomacy. That is to say, when governments promote themselves and try to create a good image for themselves in the diplomatic environment. A military term for propaganda and information operations is PSYOPs, which sounds scary to people. So the military has kind of stopped using it. And then, of course, there's disinformation. And in some ways, we're just talking about good old-fashioned advertising and public relations in some sense. So just to make things simple, I'm going to call it all IO, for could be influence operations or information operations, but let's just call it IO. So IO can create security problems. Let's say what you have here is a picture of two people kind of whispering nasty things in somebody's ear in order to get them to start a fight, right? That's an example of messages, information content being used to create a security problem. And everybody knows this can happen. We had some experiences with this, with the whole sort of Russian IO in the 2016 election. Some people thought this was a major disaster. Other people said it was a pretty minor thing, but it certainly got everybody's attention. Now, what I'm going to argue is that IO is not the same thing as cybersecurity in the way that I'm using it. Okay, because cybersecurity, if you remember, is about CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of digital information systems, right? That's what I mean by cybersecurity. Now, when information operations happen, there is no compromise of confidentiality. There usually is no compromise of availability. And you could say it's an integrity problem in that some of the information is false or misleading, but the integrity is not in the information system itself. In other words, they're not messing up the records of your information system. They are simply propagandizing messages that are false, and the information systems are behaving exactly the way they are supposed to behave. It's just that the meaning of the message is misleading and possibly dangerous, right? That's an important distinction. So fundamentally, when I talk about cybersecurity, I'm talking about the security of machines, of the information systems. And we talk about IO, we are talking about fundamentally about the way things affect the human brain, human interpretation, human meaning. And in military parlance, those are actually different domains. So the cyber domain is composed of this infrastructure of communicating machines and devices. And the human domain, of course, is the what we might call the wetware of the human brain and human semantics. So those are two fundamentally different things. Why do I make this distinction? Because I think there are incredibly important differences between trying to protect cybersecurity through policy and trying to defend against information operations. Number one, they're different targets. like I said, when you're doing I/O, you are simply using these information systems the way they were intended to be used. You're not undermining their functioning. You're not destroying their confidentiality or availability. Number two, there are entirely different techniques and methods. Somebody who's a very good an analyst of malware, somebody who's very good at detecting cybersecurity threats, may not be good at all at constructing messages that manipulate people. And finally, there are very important legal and policy implications of these differences. If you start regulating or governing information operations, you are regulating speech, you are regulating content. And that's a much more sensitive area of policy than is, regulating technical information systems and the security of those information systems. However, one must recognize that there is a point of intersection, a very important point of intersection. So you have influence operations and you have cybersecurity as I'm defining it. Now, what happens when you use, let's say, a phishing message? So I send you a deceptive message that looks like it's from Amazon that says, you need to check out this billing account. Please log into your system. Did we charge you this? And you are fooled psychologically, and you log into that site and you're revealing your login credentials to an adversary, right? So that is clearly where cybersecurity and influence operations intersect. Technical cybersecurity and human cognition are different domains, but when deception is used to compromise confidentiality, integrity, or availability, then these two worlds intersect in important areas. So people who are interested in cybersecurity have to pay attention to things like disinformation and misinformation, but they shouldn't confuse the techniques and methods of approaching them. So here's my summary of my overall talk. Again, I tried to tell you that cyberspace is a globalized virtual space, and it's fundamentally defined by software. And software is full of vulnerabilities, and it's a very open and unregulated space in many ways. And so when you talk about cybersecurity, you're fundamentally talking about either constructing software and networking operations in ways that protect security, or you're talking about being an adversary and undermining cybersecurity by exploiting software vulnerabilities and so on. We talked about the three layers of cybersecurity: the organizational layer, the national layer, and the transnational layer, and we briefly delved into those differences. We talked about three types of governance structures: markets, hierarchies, and networks. And then we talked about this distinction between the domain of human brain and the domain of cyberspace. All right, I will happily stop sharing now and go into any discussion you'd like to have.
Thank you, Dr. Mueller. There's a question from the students here. And I do have a question too, but I'm going to defer for the students first. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Dr. Mueller. This is Alfredo Calderon from Puerto Rico. Interesting that you mentioned the distinction between the hardware and the content that travels through those means, especially in this case, internet. I was wondering, is there any organization that oversees both aspects and establishes some kind of framework, as you mentioned, to deal with the traffic, which is the internet itself, but the actual content, and who would be liable? Going back to Leon's presentation, who would be liable the source, the intermediary, the person that, or the company organization that traffics, moves the information through the web? Or does the recipient have some responsibility to educate himself, of course, and to whom communicate so that they can resolve the issue? Thank you.
Oh, fantastic question, Eduardo. So this is one of the biggest internet governance issues, or I would again say one of the biggest digital political economy issues of our time, which is the question of intermediary responsibility. So social media and various other kinds of, even an internet service provider or a domain name registrar are intermediaries. That is to say, they provide you with a capability in cyberspace that anyone can use. And then the question becomes, when people abuse those systems, when there's bad people who are using them to steal, to exploit, to abuse, or even to attack security at a broader social level, like attack elections or something like that, then who is responsible for looking at those messages and saying, oh, that is a problematic or dangerous message, and we're not going to allow it to circulate, right? So the Section 230 based legal regime in the United States has said, if you're an intermediary and somebody, a third party, uses your system to do something, to say something illegal or to say something manipulative or dangerous, you are not legally responsible. You do have the authority to, like an editor of a newspaper, you have the authority to eliminate that message or to mute that message or to limit its circulation. And as you probably know, there's all kinds of pressure now on these intermediaries to do more of that. And some people are saying they're doing too much of it. They are overreacting to problems. They are suppressing too much expression. And so we should rely more on people, as you suggested, to decide for themselves, what they should believe and what they shouldn't believe. So that is one of the hugest issues. And let me give you an example of an extreme approach to this. I don't know if you're familiar with, so Apple and your iPhone, Apple has made a big deal about how they're interested in your privacy, and they're giving you end-to-end encryption on many of your applications and functions on the iPhone. However, because of this kind of pressure about what we call child sexual abuse material, or CSAM, there has been pressure on them to detect that kind of material and identify people who are exchanging it on the internet. And so there's an obvious conflict here between the privacy and security of your technical system, right? Your iPhone, is it secure? Is it confidential? Is it transmitting things that you want without eliminating or observing from other people? That's the privacy security side. But on the other hand, people are saying, well, some of the messages that you're sending might be of child abuse images, and we view that as a security threat, and we want to detect that, and we want to arrest people who are doing that, right? So in order to do that, Apple has to basically circumvent the end-to-end encryption, and they proposed a method of what we call client-side scanning. That is to say, we're not going to interfere with encryption, but we're going to put the scanner on your phone so that everything you send up to the iCloud is going to be checked according to an algorithm that identifies whether this material that you're sending is, a picture of nudity or something like that. And that, some people are completely creeped out by that. And some people are saying, well, we need this kind of protection against these kinds of bad content. I don't want to express an opinion on that. I have very strong opinions, but I'm just giving that as an example of the kind of issue you raised, Eduardo, about the role of intermediaries. So Apple kind of created an outroar, an uproar, I should say, and they backed away from that, but they didn't say they were abandoning it. They just said, we're going to think about this for a longer time. And again, there are some laws that would try to require the internet intermediaries to scan things and to break encryption, and there are people who are strongly opposed to that. So that is really the big internet governance issue of our time.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want another question? Oh, I do have a question myself, and I hear this terminology is called DNS abuse, and DNS abuse is like everything, And now they mentioned that there is this difference between cybersecurity and information operations. Sometimes, within DNS abuse, you get things like phishing. And I see, if I look at that model, I see some kind of connection there, because they can be, when you do phishing, you're manipulating the DNS in one way, and on the other way, they are manipulating the information that they're presenting to you, both of them. So can you comment on that?
Absolutely, yes. So the term DNS abuse, as you know, has been very controversial in the ICANN policy environment. And I think you set up a really good example. So if I register a domain name that is like Microsoft.com, but the O in Microsoft is a 0, it's pretty clear that that is what I think we should call a form of DNS abuse, in that the name is deceptive. And it's not just the name, but actually the usage of the name. So if you're using that name in a way that is designed to deceive people into thinking they're logging into their Microsoft account and then stealing their credentials, and clearly this is a form of DNS abuse. And it is based on psychology, on deception. On the other hand, if you say, oh, this website has copyrighted material on it, and there's nothing really deceptive about the domain name, but because it has illegal material on the website, we're going to call that DNS abuse, then that is an abuse of the concept of DNS abuse, because it's not anything to do with the DNS. It really is just there's some illegal content on a site, and it's a problem for copyright law and copyright infringement policing. It's not a DNS thing. And if you try to define it as DNS abuse and make ICANN responsible for it, then what you're saying is that ICANN is responsible for all content on the internet that uses a domain name, which is, as you said, everything, right? It's like, so then suddenly the domain name system becomes the enforcement mechanism for everything that's wrong with the internet. And we really don't want to go there. We don't want that to happen, because, we need to have this sort of fairly neutral and limited liability for the basic intermediary functions of the internet. Otherwise, we're not going to have much of an internet.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the floor here? And anyone that is connected remotely has a question for Dr. Mueller?
I can't hear you. We've got some feedback.
Can you hear me? No?
Somebody's got their mic
back here in the room. Now, can you hear me, Dr. Mueller? Yeah. Okay. I think there's one question over here, Andrew. Andrew? Hold a second. We're going to get a microphone for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shabuch. McGill University in Montreal, Canada. Lots of issues were raised in your presentation, but First of all, I'd like to have the question that my student raised at McGill University, and we had a dispute with her on that election the last semester. Should be the cyberspace be free from any kind of weapons, using the Antarctic regime, for example, or it is possible to distribute any kind of military things in cyberspace? Thank you very much. Any kind of weapons, like the digital or based on artificial intelligence or something like that, or any to be developed further in this kind. Thank you.
Right. So the the concept of a cyber weapon is probably not a useful one. That is to say, there are malware, there is exploits that does something. In terms of that diamond model that I presented you with, you want to talk about capabilities. What do they do? So, for example, if literally a physical missile, in some ways that is controlled by software and networks, or a satellite is controlled by software and telecom networks, but if it shoots a bomb or destroys another satellite by shooting a missile, we don't want to call that a cyber weapon. Again, we're dealing with the software world of cyberspace. So we want to talk about software capabilities. And the problem with software capabilities is that they can be used, the same capability can be used for multiple things, that some of which are destructive and some of which are constructive. Just to give you a simple example, you do a penetration test voluntarily to see if your organization is secure. You're using techniques and tools that are actually socially constructive and beneficial, but they're not that different from what an adversary would use to break into your network. So you can't ban that. Furthermore, we cannot succeed in really banning any kind of weapon at the international basis because we have international anarchy. There is no world government. And we can say, oh, we've all signed a treaty that we're not going to, let's say, use chemical weapons, but any government that wants to use chemical weapons is going to use chemical weapons unless there's some more powerful government that's going to wage war on them and punish them for using chemical weapons. So the problem of enforcement is even tougher in cyberspace because, again, it is this open and global environment, and it's very hard to monitor. You can't really tell whether somebody has a stockpile of cyber weapons, whereas if they have a bunch of missiles, you can probably get some satellite images or some kind of spies to tell you, how many missiles there are and where they are. So, the idea that we can suddenly, just ban cyber weapons, that would be great, but it's going, as a system of governance, it's going to have to be primarily diplomatic and networked governance at the international level. And the capabilities are, if you're going to restrict them, they're going to be done by means of pretty much through voluntary cooperation and diplomacy. I don't know if that answers your question, but it seems like that's what you were asking, right?
Yes, it's answered my question, but I think that diplomacy in cyberspace is a really important issue, of course, and or diplomacy not only in cyberspace, but also diplomacy about the governance of cyberspace. And we should use the multi-stakeholder dialogue, and we should use dialogue in different spaces to discuss the issues of cybersecurity and to discuss other issues like the human rights and other issues related to internet governance in general, internet governance in wide sense. And I think that platforms like the UN Internet Governance Forum could be really useful for that. And we should create the rules on which we should live. And it is it's crucial task for us. And these rules should be elaborated in multi-stakeholder environment with the interest of all of this, all stakeholders, actually all users of internet, and it's really important.
Yeah,
Because
I think it would
otherwise
be,
we have internet, for example, artificial intelligence, which would be developed on other rules, on not created by us. Thank you very much.
well, just to give you AI, there are some, you're probably familiar with, there's a lot of attention being paid to the so-called threat of AI-based propaganda. And some people are even suggesting that these export controls on semiconductors, on advanced semiconductors, they're saying, well, we can try to control AI capabilities being misused by controlling the export of chips. And I think that's just crazy, because the level of control that you can get, it's sort of like saying, you know, we can control all bad behavior on the internet by controlling the sale of computers, right? I mean, I think the cure would be worse than the disease. You know, you'd be exerting so much centralized control over the acquisition and use of machines that you might eliminate some of the bad behavior, but you might eliminate more of the good behavior, or more behavior at all. You know, it's just like, this is not the way to approach the problem. In terms of the multi-stakeholder dialogues about these kinds of issues, yes, I'm fully in support of using these kinds of voluntaristic networked governance mechanisms at the international level, because national governments are never going to agree on cooperative mechanisms when it comes to foreign policy and military strategy. They are going to have inherent conflicts of interest. So the civil society and business have to work this out and have as much authority as governments to govern in this sphere.
We have a couple of minutes. There is a question in the chat. Can somebody read it?
I can see it. It's about the health devices. Yeah, so I would say that that's a very good issue. That is, again, the future of cybersecurity is being, as we extend more and more networked digital devices into deeper and deeper into different aspects of society, then the issues of cybersecurity become even more pressing. So health devices are a good example of an Internet of Things device that has literally life or death consequences. And that raises questions about how much you want to be globally interconnected with some of those things. And maybe you want to be more localized in your governance and approach to those kinds of things. At the same time, however, the production of this medical device equipment is going to be globalized. And I think that those problems are really going to be handled at the standards level and at the local network operator level. And that's the level of governance that we need to be looking at for those kinds of problems.
Thank you. We have to finish, and give you many thanks, Dr. Muir, for being here today and take some of your time out of school to address us. I think it's important that people hear this type of things in terms of the internet governance. So thank you so much for your time, and we're going to take a break for about 15
10 minutes? Okay. Bye-bye.
Oh, have a coffee on me. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Welcome back from that break. Thank you to the folks at the American Registry for Internet Numbers for sponsoring that network break. Now we're going to have a very interesting discussion with Mr. Steve Crocker, and we're going to talk about who is GDPR and their impact on Internet governance. And to facilitate this session, we're going to have Mr. Pablo Rodriguez.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you at the North American School of Internet Governance 2022. I understand that we have a somewhat of a mix of people, different backgrounds. So I'm going to do two things that are just a little bit different. One is I'm going to include quite a bit of background, and the other is I have included many more slides than usual. I will skip through the ones that are mainly for reference, just to give you a sense of what's there, and you can look them up in the later. And so with that, you want to say some words, Pablo?
Before you continue with your presentation, it is my honor and a distinct pleasure to welcome you all this morning for all of you who are present here, and good time of the day for those of you who are participating remotely. I'd like to introduce Dr. Crocker, who's been an internet pioneer and a computer scientist with expertise in computer and network security, who is also a CEO and president of Edgemore Research Institute, which is an organization founded to develop and promulgate principles of directory registration systems. Before that, Steve has served as the chair ICANN board for over 15 years. And in addition to that, when in the early days of the development of the internet, when you see those pictures, those texts of those students who were in UCLA connecting two of those nodes, Steve was there. And in the 60s and the 70s, Steve was already involved in developing the instructions to how the internet should be developed, implemented, and it is an honor to have you here. Welcome to Puerto Rico, welcome to the North American School of Internet Governance, and welcome to EDP University.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. One small detail. I did serve on the ICANN board for a long time, for 15 years or so. I was only forced to be chairman for 6.5 years. So as I said, I've assembled material here with the idea that I understand that the backgrounds and experience of those of you who are listening and attending varies quite a bit. And so I've put in extra material, and rather than just refer to it and add slides at the end, I put the slides in sequence, but I'll skip forward past many of them very quickly. So those are kind of teasers in case you want to look up the material afterwards. So don't be concerned about the substantial number of slides. The presentation will be a bit shorter than it might look like. Thank you. So with that, we're going to project the slides. There we go. So this is on who is on the General Data Protection Regulation in Europe and many other related topics and their impact on internet governance. Here's the outline, which I'll go through very quickly. Quite a bit of background and history, and then we'll focus on the specific topics here. As I mentioned, I've done the slightly unusual thing of interspersing slides that are part of the main talk and slides that are mainly for background. The background slides will have the white background. The content for this talk will have the orange or peach or however you like to call that color First big thing, this is a very controversial area. I will share with you my views, some facts, some opinions, and you should make a point of getting information from other people and from other sources. And so the headline is, don't believe everything you hear, ask questions, and be thoughtful about the information that you hear. All right, so there's some background on DNS. Why do we need the domain name system? It's a way of mapping human readable names into the IP addresses that are necessary on the internet. It's used for other purposes, but that's the core purpose. And so here's some slides that you can look at to see what how the process works. A very important aspect of the domain name system is that it's a hierarchical naming system. So there is a root that it doesn't usually have a name, and then what are called top-level domains. PR for Puerto Rico is one of them here. ComNet.org are some of the older ones that are so-called generic top-level domains. There's at least one top-level domain for every country or territory, and then there's a large number of others that are so-called generic. And then these are extended with second level, third level, fourth level names that are separated by dots or periods. Oops. Why is this not moving? Did I break something? Well, it went backward. You can go forward. Oh, I see. This is I forgot that this is an animated slide. So here's the hierarchical administration of these names. And again, there's some animation here. I borrowed a number of slides and I tried to put in the references to where they are. And as I said, I'm going to skip past or go quickly through the slides with the white background. If they look interesting to you, I recommend looking these slides up and studying them later. All right. So the basic domain name resolution is that every host knows how to reach a local DNS server, and it sends its requests to that server. And then if that server knows the answer, it responds. Otherwise, it reaches out and goes further up the chain looking for the answer to the question, and then it provides us. So here's an animated version of the same stuff. This is all background for some of you. I'm sure this is completely known, which is why I don't want to spend too much time on it. And for others, if you want, as I say, recommend digging into it or having somebody walk you through it. What happened here? There we go. All right, and again, the process has a certain amount of complexity, which is worth understanding, but it's not germane to the main part of what we want to cover today. All right, now, the less visible and less interesting in many ways part of the system is that in addition to the content of the domain name system, the names and the addresses that are in there, there is a process of administration of the whole system where a person who's referred to as the registrant has control of a domain name, and they provide information to a registrar as to who they are and how to reach them. And so we have a whole administrative system, which is part, which is, I guess, the main thing that I want to walk through for. And one somewhat unusual aspect is that the top-level domains are divided into two groups, the GTLDs, so-called generic top-level domains, and the CCTLDs, or country code top-level domains. And the GTLDs operate under contract with ICANN. The CCTLDs are independently administered in each country in some degree, greater or lesser extent, depending upon the country, under the authority of that government. Generally, fairly loosely associated, independent operation, in some small number of cases directly operated by a government office. Every top-level domain is controlled or operated and by a registry. So the registry has the database of all of the registrations under it and the name services that each top-level domain is run by, the name service associated with the top-level domain. Registrars provide a kind of retail operation. So if one wants to register a name, you contact a registrar and you say, I would like the following name. And the registrar contacts the appropriate registry and asks, is that name available? And if so, they'll reserve that name. They'll carry out the business relationship with the registrant usually money is involved. And what I've just said, where I talked about the registrant and the registrar and the registry, even that's not the complete picture, as I'll show you in just a minute. So I've listed here a handful of registries to give you some examples. There are a couple thousand different top-level domains. As I said, at least one for every country code, for every country, and then a couple thousand, almost a couple thousand of generic top-level domains that have been bought by various commercial businesses. Some are very large and some are very small, and some are actually reserved and not yet in service. So here's a picture that puts these pieces together. In the middle of the diagram there, I have a little trouble seeing, is the registrant, but actually not exactly the registrant. There is a business relationship between somebody who has an account with the registrar. And that is really referred to as either the customer or the account holder. And when, during that registration process, the account holder says, we would like the following domain name, the account holder also specifies who the registrant will be for that domain name. So this is a somewhat obscure, little understood, but very, very important little detail for the story that we're going to cover today. The account holder is the one who has the electronic keys to the relationship with the registrar. The registrant is maybe the same person, but is not uncommonly a different person. And there is a interesting legal process that takes place the minute the account holder specifies who the registrant is. The registrant has legal control, legal authority over that domain name. And so in some cases, a small number of cases, but nonetheless, it's a big system. So there's a number of situations that occur. You have two different parties, an account holder who has electronic access into the system and a registrant who has the legal authority. Sometimes there are disputes. Sometimes the account over time, maybe the relationship between the account holder and the registrant comes apart, doesn't go well. And the account holder may try to exercise control over that domain name, remove it, change it, do something. And the registrant says, but that's my domain name. How am I going to? What usually happens in those cases is that the registrant goes independently to the registrar and says, hey, this is registered in my name, but my account holder is not treating me properly. And that often, I would say usually, gets sorted out in favor of the registrant, but it may take not seconds, it usually takes hours, days, and not uncommonly weeks. Whereas what the account holder has access to, he can take actions immediately in seconds. So it's a little detail, but it's a relationship that I wanted to bring to the surface so that we have here. So we have account holders, we have registrants, we have the registrant and the account holder interacting with the registrar, and the registrar interacting with the registry. And on this diagram, I've tried to show that there are roughly three groupings of information that pass from the combination of the account holder and registrar into the registrar, and some of that goes to the registry. What are those three groups of information? One is the domain name information itself. What's the name of the domain, and what are the name servers and IP addresses and other things associated with that? That's the raison d'etre of the whole system. That's what makes it go. And then there is contact information. What is the name of the registrant? There are other roles, admin contact, tech contact, billing contact, that may or may not exist. And the information about who they are, what their email address is, what their physical address is, telephone numbers, and so forth are associated with that. And then there's a third class of information, which is the things like the credit card or billing information, what IP address was used at the time of registration, which may be of interest if there is a need to track down who the registrant or who the account holder was in the case that there's potentially criminal or other improper behavior. So those are represented in the three different colors there. And the account information is generally held only by the registrar. The other two classes of information are generally, are often passed up to the registry. The DNS information is always passed up, and the contact information is sometimes passed to the registry and sometimes not. The terms thin registry versus thick registry are often used to distinguish between registries that do receive that information. Those are the thick registries, and ones that do not. So this is now standing back and taking a broader view of the same thing. Over on the left, we've added that the DNS information is put into name servers that are available across the entire internet. And up in the upper left are the internet users who look up a domain name and get that translated into an IP address. And then over on the left, but lower down, is the appearance of other parties who have, unrelated to everything that I've just said, may want to have information about, well, who owns this domain name? How do I reach them? Can I contact them for one reason or another? And that's what we're going to focus a lot of attention on coming forward. So, what's interesting is that little group down there on the left is not part of the business relationship between the account holder or the registrant and the registrar, not part of that business relationship, and not part of actually using the domain name system to look up that information to be translated. They are sort of sitting in a different position and simply want to know, well, who owns that domain and how do I reach them, and various other facts. As I said, that's what we're going to focus attention on. So now I want to dig into that a little bit and take you back quite a long time into the history of how all of this emerged. It's less interesting what that history is in terms of how it relates today, except that it helps explain some of the tangled mess that has come into existence. So here's a quick overview of going all the way back to the ARPANET and then to the all the way into the internet here. And as I said, these slides our background slides, creation of ARPA, ARPA's creation of networking, along with other technology. And before the ARPANET, there was very little computer-to-computer communication. And then the ARPANET project was started in the mid-1960s. This is a diagram that shows the first 4 nodes on the ARPANET in 1969, late 1969. UCLA, where I happened to have been, was the first site, first router, which we called an IMP at the time, was installed in September 1969. The second site was what used to be called Stanford Research Institute, now called SRI International, in Menlo Park, California. And then the third site was University of California, Santa Barbara, and then University of Utah in Salt Lake City, Utah, formed the first 4 sites. And it was fully planned that when these first 4 sites were put into place, that unless there was a big problem, this process of putting in new nodes and extending this network was going to continue. And so I can't remember what I put in a slide that shows you the bigger map, but we'll get to it in a minute. And the purpose of this network was to facilitate computer-to-computer communication, and also to facilitate cooperation between people at these sites, and in general to develop the whole technology of man-machine interaction, which was part of the broader purpose of the office that was funding this research. And it was also funding artificial intelligence research, time-sharing systems, graphics, and so forth. And so this fit into the broad expansion of that technology. It's often thought that that because this was Department of Defense, that because it involved packet switching, which has a kind of self-healing aspect, that if a node is broken or if a link is broken, you can rapidly route around it, that this must have been motivated by trying to build a system that would survive a nuclear holocaust. It's a complicated discussion. The short answer is not really. That kind of question did get some attention. There was some serious work done on how would you build a network that could survive a nuclear holocaust. Oops, excuse me, I'll go back here. Oh, here I am. Okay. How would you survive such an event? And the basic fact of life is that the ARPANET was built as an extension, as I said, of man-machine interaction. How do you marshal a bunch of computers that can work together? And in the context of the Defense Department, if the Defense Department was funding this, surely they must have had a defense purpose. Is that the Department of Defense uses computers, used even back then, for every sort of thing, including the most mundane of, making sure that there's enough toilet paper distributed to each of the bases, all the personnel information, as well as the more business-like aspect of making sure that orders are sent to the right place and that people and materials get moved around. And of course, the moving up the chain, situational reports of where things are, all of which are very important, but all of which are well short of having to worry about what happens if there is a massive breakdown in the network. So that technology and a deep understanding that those problems were going to require a long development process, that rather than having this system be the solution, it was more a question of how do we develop the ideas and the technology that can then be adapted and evolve over a period of time. So there was a quite forward thinking process involved in that. And so what I've listed here is the set of things that were primarily driving the vision and the design. The original design of the ARPANET was how to get, that had to deliver 1,000-character message within a half a second. As opposed to, much longer time like email and so forth. So that it could be interactively used across distances. All right, that's the purpose. This is a picture of what the router looked like. It was the size of a small refrigerator, an apartment-sized refrigerator, and costs $100,000 in 1969. That's like, the better part of $1 million today. You can buy that functionality and much, much, much more functionality off the shelf of Best Buy or anything for 20, 30 bucks. And so there's been a huge improvement in that. Here's a comparison of packet switching versus circuit switching, again, background that you can dig into. And here's the rough timeline of what that work looked like in the early days. Here's the later picture of the ARPANET, the first 4 nodes in the part of the circle in the bottom, and then Utah. And it got extended across the country very rapidly and got extended considerably more after that. It grew up to be a big network. The ARPANET was a single network. It connected many different kinds of computers. So the hosts, as we call them, were heterogeneous, but the network itself, the routers and the administration were all unified. One kind of router and only a single organization that was running it. Bolt, Beranek, and Newman was the contract, had the contract, and they had the Network Operations Center at their headquarters in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It was understood relatively quickly that you could not expand a network like this beyond a certain amount, that there would be other networks that, for many reasons, and that what was going to be required was to allow separate networks to be interconnected and to all interoperate with each other. And that's the transition from the ARPANET to the internet. And the ARPANET continued to exist for several years beyond this and became kind of the core or the seed that then other parts of the internet were built out. And eventually the ARPANET itself was phased out as very old technology. There were social processes of how do you design the protocols that work from one computer to another, and how do you bring people together to design those processes, and how do you document all of that? I spent a good fraction of my life in that process. I won't bore you with the details, but it was fascinating at the time. A side effect of all of this, and here we get to the core of what it is that we're talking about today, is what's called who-is. Each of the nodes, each of the hosts that was connected to the ARPANET in those days, we're going back into the late 1960s, early 1970s, were time-shared computers, which means that they were used by many people at the same time. Personal computers had not yet been invented. Cell phones certainly had not yet been invented. So we had these sizable machines that existed at each of the sites. And associated with each of those machines were the people who were in charge. And it was very natural to say, well, let's make a list or associated with every machine. Who are the people in charge? What we would now call system administrators. We didn't have that word at the time. And make it visible to each of the sites who was in charge of the other sites, so that if there was a technical problem, you could call up the other person. You could say, hey, I'm having trouble. My machine isn't talking to your machine. And as you might guess, even in those early days, not all of the people behaved properly. Some people thought it was kind of fun to go attack somebody at another site or attack another machine. And so we had some discipline problems, in which case you'd want to reach somebody who had authority to take action if there was some issue like that. So very naturally and kind of organically, two roles were created. One was an administrative contact and the other was a technical contact. The technical contact would correspond these days to a system administrator, and the administrative contact would correspond to somebody with supervisory authority. And then we would publish a list associated with for each host who the administrative contact was and who the technical contact was. And that's the emergence in the early 1970s of what grew and grew and grew into the WHOIS system today. I want to emphasize that what the period I'm describing was prior to the internet existence, as I said, and prior to the domain name system, and prior to the World Wide Web. So the names of the computers on the network were single words like UCLA and Lincoln Lab, LL, and SRI was just SRI and so forth. And only later did the number of names become so large that we had to build a hierarchical system and a distributed way of managing that. And marbled through this was this contact information was carried along, and became attached to domain names instead of to host computers. Here's what the contact information looked like for the UCLA campus computing network. This is an accurate copy of who the people were involved and what information was provided. And as you can see, it's completely straightforward. And then, as I said, WHOIS continued to evolve. And here's the background. Toward the end of the 1990s, so I've skipped forward for 20 plus years, the internet had moved from being a academic and government operated system to one that had quite a bit of commercial activity. Just to fill in the blank there, it was sort of around 1990, give or take, that the set of interconnected networks that formed the internet, but all of them were government controlled or academic institutions which were funded by governments, began to open the door and make it possible for commercial networks to be interconnected with the internet. And things exploded. At roughly the same time, the World Wide Web technology was created, and so everything became a lot more usable. We had an exponential growth of the entire system. It had been growing exponentially before, but it's a nature of exponential growth that everything before the moment you're looking at looks like nothing, and everything beyond that looks like everything, and that's the same no matter where you look on the exponential curve. But so things grew, and the administration of the domain name system started to become problematic. People had arguments about it. John Postel was a researcher first at UCLA in the group that I was in with Vint Cerf under Len Kleinrock, but later was at the University of Southern California's Information Sciences Institute. And he had acquired, been burdened, if you will, with the clerical job of keeping track of some of these things. And he was a very organized guy. He was very smart and had some personal qualities that combined his technical skills with his ability to get along with a lot of different egos, a lot of different people. And so he was well accepted as a convenient person to do the clerical job of managing the system. He's working at this research institution at the University of Southern California, and all of a sudden there starts to be a lot of contention about who gets what domain name and so forth. The lawyers at the University of Southern California started to get hints that there might be lawsuits, and they said, "Oh, we don't want to be in this business." And it started to become very contentious. The U.S. government, the Clinton administration, got involved, and there was a series of papers, meetings, a lot of different forces involved, and the outcome of all of that was the creation. Oops. Let me go there. Yeah, the creation of the Internet Corporation for assigned names and numbers. It was created right at toward the end of 1998. And John Postel was all set to move from USC ISI and join this newly formed corporation and become its chief technology officer. Most unfortunately, he passed away almost exactly at that same moment, passed away in October that year. But ICANN was formed and has continued now for, I guess, 24 years. My goodness, long time. And its structure is from a governance point of view, and you heard from, I didn't listen to everything that Milton said, but he talked about internet governance. I'm sure he talked a little bit about ICANN. ICANN is a very unusual operation. It is a California corporation as its legal structure. It serves the entire world. It has, in part, a ordinary corporate structure. It has a board of directors. It has a CEO and president who is in charge of the staff. It has a sizable staff of, give or take, about 400 people. But and all of that is kind of normal. It's organized as a nonprofit and adheres to all of the reporting rules for that. But unlike almost any other organization you can find, it has a somewhat unusual governance structure that, in addition to this staff and CEO and board of directors, it has what are called advisory committees and supporting organizations. And they represent various constituencies. They represent the registrars and the registries. They represent the people who allocate addresses, the IP addresses. They represent various forms of users, both commercial and nonprofit users. And they have, according to the bylaws of ICANN, statutory control over many of the policies and direction that ICANN takes. So if one compares ICANN to, say, Red Cross, which uses a huge number of volunteers, if you peel back the structure within, say, the Red Cross, you find that all of the volunteers get organized and report ultimately into people who work on the staff, people who are employees of the Red Cross. Unlike the Red Cross, however, the supporting organizations, which have a large number of people from these different constituencies, do not report to the staff and do not take orders from the staff. They give orders in a certain sense to the organization, and they do that. The only place of direct contact is directly to the board of directors. So you have this kind of dual structure of a regular corporate structure, and then you have this additional layer, which is a very substantial layer of supporting organizations. The board of directors is composed of people who are provided by these, many of whom are provided by the supporting organizations, and then some of whom are nominated by a nominating committee. And the attempt is to have this multi-stakeholder organization with very broad representation. The good news is that it provides a lot of access. The bad news is it's a very peculiar, ungainly, and awkward operation overall. That's an opinion. I said I was going to provide both facts and an opinion. All right. Here's that list of supporting organizations and advisory committees. A personal note, my entry into all of this was I was the founding chair of the Security Stability Advisory Committee. And after a short period of time, there was a second role that was created in which the advisory committees provided liaisons to the board of directors. The liaisons sat in the room and participated in the discussions, but did not have a vote. At the time, none of the people on our advisory committee wanted anything to do with the politics of ICANN. They thought security was important. They were willing to be very helpful in that area. So I took on the role of being the liaison to the board as well as chair of SSAC, and did that for several years, and then eventually got sucked into getting even more involved in the board, and continued to do that. And as I said at the outset, eventually became chair of the board. The good news is that when you're a voting member of the board, you're limited to a maximum of three-year terms. And so that was my very graceful exit from chairing SSAC by becoming a board member. I was forced out after a period of time. So 5 years ago, I finished. Let me just back up a second. The generic names supporting organization is the one that has the most visibility and activity within ICANN. And one of the reasons for that is that it's got a large amount of substructure. It's divided into two houses. Each house is divided into a couple of stakeholder groups. The stakeholder groups are then divided into constituencies. You have a substantial number of people associated with each one of these, and they come together and try to express what their point of view is on a given policy or not. So this is the non-contracted parties house. This is the contracted parties house, where the registries and the registrars, these are the ones that operate under direct contract to ICANN. And not incidentally, this is where the bulk of ICANN's money comes from. All of the registrations that take place through the generic top-level domains, there's a piece of the registration price that is passed back, partly from the registrars and partly from the registries, passed back into ICANN. ICANN's budget is just a modest, small operating budget of $140 million a year, which it's interesting to find out where it gets spent. I invite you to go look at the budget. The GNSO is where the policies get made in the areas that are of interest here. And there is a policy development process with an awful lot of rules associated with it. A lot of the rules are, you got to have a certain number of people from each of the constituencies, and you operate on a certain amount of transparency and so forth. All of that is very good with respect to making sure that the process is understood and is open in a certain sense to everybody. What it doesn't do is guarantee that there's going to be any positive results. So now we'll come back and talk about who is. So as I explained, the original origin of who is was contact for the system administrators and the supervisory people. And that's transitioned over the years into roles related to domain name registration. And we can then ask, remember that I showed you off in the corner on the left that there were a number of people who wanted access to the registration information. And this slide focuses on how that information gets used. And in many cases, it gets used in a positive sense of troubleshooting and tracking down various kinds of problems and a certain amount of commercial activity. What it doesn't get used for was the original purpose of connecting system administrators to each other. It also gets used in negative sense of if you register a domain name and you put your direct information and made it available, you can measure in a small number of seconds how long it'll be before you get some spam. You can actually run that experiment. It'll cost you a few bucks to register a name. Never seen that name before. You put that name out there and boom, all of a sudden, email associated with that will show up. And much worse sorts of things, fraud and harassment and other sorts of things. So that's led over a period of time to concerns of, can we get control of this in a way that reduces those harms and at the same time preserves the positive uses of it? And the short answer was, no, that's too complicated, because every attempt to do that has gotten people in a room and many meetings, and lots of money spent with legal advice and so forth. And months go by and no positive results, not very many positive results go by. But what has happened, well, here's before I get to what has happened. So this emphasizes, this peculiar ecology emphasizes that we have, on the one hand, information that is collected from the registrants, from the account holders, but is of use to third parties that are not involved in that business relationship at all. And so this is if you look at this, not in the context of the internet and who is the domain name system, but just from a general business point of view, it's a very funny business that, you have two parties that are having a business transaction, and one of them pays money and provides some information, the other provides the service. And then you get many from a distance who are saying, well, I want to know everything about that. Tell me how much money was spent. Tell me what that domain is. Tell me who was involved. What is their business of knowing? That raises key issues of privacy. And on the other hand, the relationship of who's using a domain name does have an impact in the public sphere. And so there are arguments, legitimate arguments, that under some circumstances, that information ought to be available. And that's the conundrum that has been at issue all of this time. And one of the reasons why we want to try to make an improvement is that, as I've said, there's a lot of problems that have shown up. The problems ranged from harassment and fraud kinds of things, but also just some of the information is inaccurate, because in response to these kinds of issues, a lot of people register domain names and do not provide accurate information, or do not provide access to that information at all. They may put in that the admin contact is Mickey Mouse and the address is 123 Disney or something like that. Well, that's probably not accurate for most domain names. So the list of problems to be solved are substantial. The privacy advocates would like to greatly limit what information is available. Intellectual property attorneys and security practitioners, on behalf of their clients, will say, hey, we see that there's a website over there that looks like it has content that is infringing on the content that our clients have. Who's running that domain? How do we find out? So it'd be nice if they could just click a little bit and find out information. And they may want to also find out what other sites those same people are running. You have, moving up the chain a little bit, you have public safety officials. That's a term that embraces law enforcement of various sorts. And they may want to know quite a bit of information about who registered a domain name. And their concerns will range everything from sort of white collar crime and fraud, all the way up to child abuse, to child porn, very serious kinds of things, many things in between, human trafficking, drug sale, et cetera, et cetera. And then, moving off to the less exotic sorts of things, if you will. You have people who are in the business of buying and selling domain names, and they want to say, hey, I like your domain name. Would you sell it to me? I'll pay you a nice price for it. So they want to know how to contact somebody, so-called domainers. And the list goes on. So these are the tensions that need to be resolved and that have not yet been resolved. So here's a sort of backup slide on privacy and the tension between that information as a public good and who is. And there are a number of scenarios, many reports you can spend at least a week trying to wade through the few decades of attempts to solve these things. Here are the recommendations of one of those reports, the HUIS review team in 2013. And this is not quite complete, but is a basic summary of the kinds of things that were in that report, what the recommendations were. And the short story is that even with all of this, they did not get into the core of, so if you were going to really solve this problem, what would you do? And then along comes GDPR. And GDPR is the European General Data Protection Regulation. It is a very strong piece of regulation related to privacy, but it's not the only force on the privacy side. It's not the only piece of regulation or legislation. But privacy has become a big concern and has acquired quite a bit of political weight. And so the different governments, California, for example, as well as Europe and other places, have passed very strong privacy regulations. And these regulations are not specific or limited to the domain name registration. The domain name registration is a tiny fraction of the entire privacy issue. But the general issue is access to what's called personally identifiable information, PII. And news, plenty of news accounts of databases being hacked and release of an awful lot of personal information, whether it's from the financial institutions or the credit companies, or from government agencies, or from other businesses. And so this has led to an awful lot of concern, which I suspect everybody here has had some experience with or has seen, that a strong desire to protect that information. And so regulations have been passed, the strongest of which and the most visible, which is the General Data Protection Regulation. But I want to emphasize that although that is the one that is occupying and taking up everybody's attention, is not alone, and you could remove it, you would still have quite a bit of activity around the world. The impact of GDPR on the domain name registration process has been a rather sharp, almost thunderclap type of response, saying, oh, we have to shut down or greatly restrict access to registration information. And what used to be a essentially wide open process in which anybody could make a query and say, tell me all of the information associated with this domain's registration, has now almost been completely stopped. The amount of information that you get with a general query about a domain name is extremely limited. And so it's like a big pendulum has swung from one side to the other, but in that process, it hasn't really solved the trade-off issues. It simply moved to an extreme position on the other side. And so we still have, one way or another, the need to sort out the finer grained issues. Well, yes, we don't want all of the registration information to be available to everybody, but we certainly want, for legitimate purposes, the appropriate amount of information to be made available to certain classes of people. And we can even insist that when those people receive the information, what they are allowed to do with it is further controlled and has to be, and they have to be held accountable for it. And as I say, we're some distance from being able to sort that out. Here's a slide about some of the details about what is the General Data Protection Regulation. One of the reasons why the General Data Protection Regulation is so important is because the European Union put in very, very substantial penalties for violations. And there have been some cases where they have prosecuted and acquired large fines from big companies. And so, to use the vernacular, that regulation has teeth, and people pay attention to it. And that has created an environment in which the people who have the data, the registrars and the registries, have become very, very conservative, very careful. And from their point of view, there is no upside to providing easy access to that information and huge downsides. And so that's where things stand. And as I say, objectively, it's no better solution in terms of solving all of the different problems than having a wide open system. It's just a different way of having an extreme situation that leaves a lot of the problems unsolved. The existence of the GDPR shut down a lot of the access, as I said, and there's no clear guidance as to how to solve this trade-off. And it's an emerging area. Just very quickly mentioning some of the other uses of the data: security practitioners, intellectual property attorneys, security researchers. Security practitioners and security researchers are not necessarily the same set of people. Security practitioners are ones who are trying to solve an immediate problem, and security researchers are trying to look at the overall structure and see from a more systemic point of view what improvements could be made. And there's, as I said, there's other bodies that are concerned with privacy. I mentioned California, but there's many others, and there is the IAPP that will give you a list of all of the ones that it knows about and a comparison of their the variations in what their regulations are. I mentioned that the impact was quick and dramatic. This says an immediate 30% reduction in who-is queries. I think the impact is much larger than that, because not only did it reduce the number of queries, but it greatly reduced the amount of information that you got back from any of those queries. All right. One of the things that's emerging again on the European scene is the Network and Information Security Directive, second version that is coming out. And it's motivated by strong concerns about cybersecurity. So here we have, on the one hand, the European Union said privacy is a very important thing, and they passed a very strong regulation saying don't release information. You must protect information you have, except under very specific circumstances. And now they're coming along and saying, yeah, and we also understand that cybersecurity is very important, and we have to be able to share certain aspects. And so they're now working on the sort of countervailing side of that equation. That's the situation in summary. One could spend a huge amount of time digging into the details and seeing all of that. I want to take the last few minutes of my time and share a project that I and some colleagues have been working on. We've been looking at this conundrum for quite a long time and said, you know, we see people talking past each other. We see a lot of confusion about the details. Let's go off for a while and think hard about what the fundamentals are in this equation. What information is there to be collected? How would you specify what the rules are? How would you specify who gets what to this? And rather than trying to specify the answers to all of this, can we provide concepts, vocabulary, and tools for documenting what the proposals are and for comparing comparing these proposed policies with each other and seeing what the consequences are. So we call this Project Jake. This is within a nonprofit that I created called Edgemore Research Institute. And the focus is how can we build tools for policies for collection and access to registration data. And so our observations are that there's a lot of information that gets collected, rather more than you would guess. And there's a lot of confusion and misinformation about all of that. So that's part of our motivations about that. And it might not sound like it's a big deal, but I can tell you from having sat in many of the meetings over a long period of time that we see people talking past each other, intelligent people, but coming from different backgrounds and using a very imprecise terminology. It wouldn't solve all problems to sort all that out, but it would solve a bunch. One of the more interesting observations is this. A registrar will have a policy about what information it's going to collect and who should have access to it. As I showed you in the original picture, some of that information gets passed to the registry. And so it's possible to ask the registry, what information do you have? They will have some policies, both about what information they're willing to give out that they have, but also they'll have some policies that say, well, if you're a registrar working for us, doing registrations on our behalf, here are the rules that we want you to follow with respect to what information to collect, and et cetera. And that relationship, that's two levels, but you can go up a level. So if they're a contracted party, for example, they will be operating under contracts with ICANN, and ICANN will say, well, look, if you're a registry or a registrar, here are the rules that we want you to adhere to with respect to collecting information. And it turns out that those rules are not always completely specific. They will say in some cases you must do this, or they even might say you must not do this, but they will also say here are some range of possibilities, and any of those are okay with us. Let me give you a tiny example of the way these things interact. There used to be a thing called a fax. I understand that there's still one or two operating in the world. The registration process might have a field that says, what is your fax number? How many of you have a fax number? If that field is required, then we get a little bit of a problem. People will say, well, I'm not going to fill it out, or I don't have a fax number, or they'll fill in 9999999. Well, that's dumb. The way these policies could interact with each other is the following. A registrar could say, if you have a fax number and you want to put it in, that's okay, but it's not required. Call that an optional field. A different registrar might say, we don't care anything about fax numbers. We're not even going to give you a place to write it down. Those two different registrars could be working for the same registry. They could be under contract to ICANN. What should ICANN say? Well, ICANN should say, it's okay if you want to make it an optional field. It's okay if you don't collect it at all. It's not okay for you to require it. I've said in English, what would take lawyers a half a page to describe and what would take mathematicians about 3 characters to describe. That's the sort of thing that there is an interplay, and how to make it possible for each of the different parties, for the registrars, for the registries, for ICANN or other policy bodies, governments and so forth, to say what it is that they require and what latitude they provide for others, and then to be able to compare these and make sure that it all is working smoothly. So that's the kind of thing that, one of the kinds of things that we can do. And that's an illustration of the interaction of this hierarchical set of policies, some of which are explicit, and some of which you have to find out by interacting and saying this one. But here's a number of key concepts. And we've divided things up into the collection side, what data should be collected, and how do you label that information? By label, we mean the following. Typically, the determination as to who should have access to which data is related to what we call the sensitivity of the data. This is a slight generalization of distinguishing between public information and private information. So public information, if it's marked public, it means anybody can see it under any conditions. Private information means that it's not available to everybody, and so it's available to people who are authorized to see private information. We spent a lot of time listening and interacting with different groups, and it turns out that privacy is not a single aspect. There's some information which we say, well, what happens if you ask for some information and it's marked private and you're not allowed to see it? And the answer is, you get back the word redacted to suggest that the information exists, but not for you to see. But if you can go get access to that, if you can get permission to see it, you'll see it. And then we get into other discussions and we say, what about this information over here? So credit card information, for example. And the answer is, oh, no, you can't see that under any circumstances. Well, that's not quite true. If the Federal Bureau of Investigation comes along with a warrant and they say, show me the credit card information, they'll get access to it. So that's in some sense more private. When we untangled all of that, we said, okay, well, it looks like there's really about 4 levels from public to private to very private to you better have the legal paperwork to see. And so on the collection side, the model that we built suggests that a way of characterizing what the rules are that a given organization might want to talk in terms of is for each piece of information that they collect, what level of sensitivity do they assign to it? And that assignment might be common across all of the registrations, or they might subdivide the registrations into different categories. So for example, one way of dividing the registrations is, are they registering something that is to an individual, to a human, so-called natural person, or are they, or is the registration associated with a business, so-called legal person? And they might have different sensitivity labelings depending upon that. So the address of associated with a personal registration might be considered sensitive, and the address associated with a business might be considered, it ought to be public. That might be a choice that they want to make with respect to I'm not saying what the right choice is. I'm just saying that these are the kinds of distinctions that want to make. And there might be other subcategorizations. So on the collection side, what data is collected? Is it necessary? Is it required? Is it optional? What level of sensitivity? And another aspect is what effort does the collecting organization, usually the registrar, put into verifying that that is actually accurate information? And again, we get into a kind of a scale where at the lowest level, take anything that's given, and then moving up, does it actually look like what it's supposed to look like? So if somebody types into a phone number ABCDs, and that doesn't look like a phone number, it's got to have digits and so forth, it's got to be syntactically correct. In moving up the scale, can we call that phone and have it answered by somebody who says, and even a higher level, can you get independent verification that that is absolutely accurate information associated with that thing? So the model that we've built has the sensitivity associated with each piece of data collected and a level of validation associated with each piece. And that's just on the collection side. And then the other half of what we built, I should do move us along, talked about multiple models. The other half is on the data request side. What does that data, who gets access to that data? And different people, different organizations might get access to different classes of information. Intellectual property attorneys, for example, probably should not typically get access to the credit card or the IP address associated with the person who registered, when the FBI is looking for somebody and they're hot on the trail, and they want to know everything about that guy, they may want to get that information and him. So you get the question of how do you sort all of that out? Current state of affairs is extremely messy because of this great concern about liability. The part, if you will, is that requests are passed to the registrar, and the registrar then has the burden of making a separate decision for each and every request. That is enormously expensive, enormously slow, unwieldy. And when we flash back to the number that I showed you at the beginning of 5 billion queries per quarter across the entire system, you can't scale anything like that with that kind of heavyweight sort of thing. So we're sort of in a bit of a mess there. So you got to have agreements between collectors and requesters. And then there's a whole issue of how do you automate that processing as much as possible. I'm getting signals that I need to be finished here. And so all of this is backup material for you to see. And in summary, this is an evolving and frothy business that I encourage you to read and think hard about. And I'm, to your possible dissatisfaction, not going to provide any of the answers today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very informative expose. We have a question from the audience, Steve. So if you don't mind, I would like to read it. The question is from a person from Burkina Faso, Kinde W.E. Gontran, and it reads like this. Thank you for this opportunity to have a good presentation. I would like to challenge ISAC on the privacy policy on the data. Let's take the example of Sender or Child that we use to share file. These applications require to be able to make calls or to have access to geographical positions. If it is possible for ISAC to work and look into this, I guess he's asking if it is possible for ISAC to look into this.
Well, I definitely am not speaking on behalf of ISOC. So my good friend Andrew Sullivan would be the first person I would call and say, you know, where does this question belong with respect to ISOC? My guess is that for this is asking for geographic information, you said.
Yes, I'm going to restate it for you very quickly. And it says, these applications required to be able to make calls or to have the geographical position.
Yeah. That is quite an interesting question because most of the information that's collected with is street address and postal code and so forth. There are strong views as to how sensitive that information is. For example, it would not be uncommon to say, we'll tell you what country is associated with it. But if you want anything like the postal code or the street address, now you're into sensitive territory and we want to know who you are, why you want it, and make a decision as to whether it's okay to give it to you. And if you want other kinds of geographic information, like geo coordinates, I don't know that that's ordinarily associated with registration. And so now we're talking about maybe adding something. I'm not sure if that was the direction of the question, but the basic information, postal, street address, and sort of location, is a hierarchy. In the models that we build, we very carefully subdivide the information, country code, postal code, province or state, and street address, so that one can assign different levels of sensitivity and different rules as to who can have access to what level of granularity of that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Kinder. We hope to have answered your question. I would like to thank Pablo Rodriguez and Steve Crocker for being here with us. We're going to take a break now for our lunch break, and this is sponsored by the Internet Society Foundation. So bon appetit, everyone. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you, Mr. Crocker.
Thank you.
Sí.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. We appreciate the Internet Society Foundation sponsorship of our lunch break. And now we're moving to our first afternoon session. It's going to be presented by Mr. Thomas Barrett, Dr. Thomas Barrett, and it's going to be on the subject of blockchain, NFTs, cryptocurrency, decentralized DNS, and their impact on Internet governance. This session is going to be facilitated by Eduardo Diaz.
Thank you so much. Like my friend Ernesto said, this is a presentation about blockchain, NFTs, cryptocurrency, and decentralized DNS. And basically, what we want to cover is how these emerging technologies impact on the internet governance. And this is what is going to be presented. More specifically, the impact on user trust, privacy, and security. The concept of blockchain and so forth are briefly explained at the beginning of the lecture, just to put the whole thing in context. So if we have Tom online, please, if Ether is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. I'm glad to be here today. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you very clearly.
Fantastic. Hello, everyone. My name is Tom Barrett. I'm not a doctor, but I appreciate the title. Today I'm going to talk about Web3 domain names in particular, and how I think internet governance is going to evolve to extend into the Web3 environment. A little bit about myself. See if I can get my slides here to move forward. There we go. So I am currently the chair of the blockchain subcommittee for the International Trademark Association. I'm also founder of altroots.com, which is a trademark search engine for Web3 domain names. And I also run Encirca, which is an ICANN accredited registrar. I'm very active within the ICANN Internet governance body. Recently finished 5 years of running the nominating committee review. And so that's currently implementing some bylaw changes to ICANN in terms of how we run the nominating committee. But I've been involved in ICANN since its formation back in 1998. Prior to that, I built an internet business for Thomson CompuMark, where I built the SAGES trademark research platform. And I also ran NetNames, one of the first corporate registrars, where I was a founding member of affiliates for .info. So today I'm going to try to answer 3 questions, and I want to make this interactive. And so hopefully there's some great Q&A afterwards. But I want to talk about what I think Web3 governance will look like. What are the most pressing issues related to Web3 internet governance? And finally, what role ICANN, the current internet governance body for Web2, might play with Web3. First, I want to introduce a new term for perhaps many of you, a DAO, which stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organizations. This is how blockchain is going to do internet governance. The way blockchains have this feature called smart contracts. And so it basically lays out in a program how they hope to operate a digital wallet, in this case, a decentralized autonomous organization. And so there is no individual or organization necessarily behind this smart contract. It just executes per a set of predefined rules. And so DAO is that these DAO construct is how blockchains are hoping to govern themselves. And essentially, in order to create a DAO, all they need to do is to publish a smart contract on a blockchain. But increasingly, they're realizing that they need to do more than simply publish a smart contract. They also need to actually become a legal entity to provide a liability shield for the members that are participating in this governance exercise. So typically, there might be the most popular choices are to be an association or foundation, obviously as a nonprofit in either the Switzerland or Cayman Islands, but increasingly other jurisdictions are offering what we call DAO wrappers, which are around an existing LLC type of legal entity. The Marshall Islands was one of the first governments to support the idea of a supplement as a DAO wrapper to an existing legal entity. The state of Wyoming in the US, and now there are more US states, Florida, Texas, that have pending legislation to also recognize DAO as a distinct type of legal entity. I want to take a second to explain why this is important. So a DAO exists really to serve three main functions: to hold the treasury of the DAO, so it needs to be able to fund its activities; to protect the DAO members from an unlimited liability for decisions that they take, and allow members to participate in policymaking activities and to vote on whether or not to approve those policies. As I said earlier, many of the early versions of DAOs, is about 5,000 currently, they simply set up a smart contract and didn't actually incorporate themselves as a legal entity. And this does create legal liability problems. And I'll highlight that through a court case that's going on right now. There is a decentralized finance project called B0X that was found to be illegally offering trading and lending services here in the US. So the Commodity Future Trading Commission, which is one of the regulatory agencies here in the US, basically decided to shut down B0X, and the founders paid a fine for their activity. But then the founders took it and decided to let's create a DAO to essentially continue their illegal activity. And so the CFTC took the step of saying, look, you cannot continue violating the law. We're now going to sue the DAO. And because you've made this a smart contract with no identifying organization behind it, we're not only going to sue the DAO, we're going to serve our litigation by posting it via a public forum that you use in Discord and through your help bot. And essentially, we're going to make all the members of the DAO financially liable for participating in this illegal activity. And so this litigation is happening now. There are obviously defenders saying that this regulatory agency should not be going after the members of the DAO. They should go after the DAO itself. But it highlights the importance for internet governance that these DAOs actually do more than simply create a smart contract. They also need to register as a legal entity to ensure there's a liability shield for their members who are participating in this internet governance. The market is hot. As I said, there's 5,000 DAOs already in existence. Many are realizing they need to do more than a smart contract and starting to file legal entities in various jurisdictions. But there's a lot of venture capital activity to fund these DAOs. There's a total market cap of 21 billion. The top 5 have a treasury of over 13 billion. And so this market is just taking off and is going to be how internet governance happens on Web3 and the blockchain. So let's talk about Web3 domain names. These are domain names that blockchains are using to map to digital wallets that hold cryptocurrency or NFTs, or that serve as usernames on Metaverse or digital identities. And nearly every blockchain has created a naming service similar to DNS so that they can map user-friendly identifiers to wallets running on their blockchain. And there are even blockchain projects now that are basically offering vanity top-level domains that allow you to map, again, a user-friendly identifier to any digital wallet or digital identity. And so this domain name space has taken off. On the website that I mentioned earlier, altroots.com, we actually publish stats for the leading Web3 domain name services. So Ethereum, for example, the Ethereum naming service that runs .eth has sold over 2 million .eth domain names. Unstoppable has 1.5 million across 9 different generic top-level domains. Further down on this page, you would see Handshake that has over 7.5 million top-level domains that they've issued on their blockchain. So this space is exploding. It also is well-funded and has deep pockets. The Ethereum naming service, which has launched a DAO, has a treasury of over $1 billion. They're generating $70 million alone this year. So in contrast, ICANN, which you all know, has a treasury of about 500 million and an annual income of about 140 million. Unstoppable Domains is a venture capital backed naming service that recently raised $65 million to expand their business. And Handshake, the biggest backend provider of top level domains that are called a company called Namebase, has been acquired by Namecheap, which is the second largest ICANN registrar. But as I mentioned, there are dozens of naming services. I mean, nearly every blockchain has launched their own naming service. So not only the Ethereum naming service, Handshake and Unstoppable, there's the Hash naming service for Hedera, Binance naming service, Aptos, the Cardano naming service, Solana naming service, Polkadot naming service. So each one of these naming services have been created for the purpose of mapping user-friendly identifiers to wallets on their blockchain. So let's start with the Ethereum naming service. It is by far the biggest and first naming service that runs the .eth TLD. If you read their constitution, and a DAO, by the way, is very similar to a cooperative. So if you're familiar with member-owned cooperatives that exist for, there's all types of cooperatives, there's housing cooperatives and farming cooperatives. It's the same sort of principle that it's member-run, member-driven. But the first paragraph of the constitution for the ENS DAO says that name ownership shall not be infringed. So they're not talking about trademark infringement here. They're talking about individuals have the right to own any name they want without censorship or government restrictions. And so that is pretty much the direction that we think a lot of the other naming services will take with their DAOs as well. It's a very active policy development process. I know you can't read this, but these are all the recent policies that the ENS DAO has been active in. And so I happen to be a delegate to this DAO. And so I can participate in any one of these proposals, and it's democracy rules. So they have a vote once they decide what their proposal is going to be, and the majority rules in terms of whether or not this policy becomes effective for the Ethereum naming service. So this is how internet governance will work on the blockchain. So let's talk about, we recognize what the governance structure will look like. What are the most pressing issues that needs to be addressed on Web3 in terms of internet governance? And there's really two issues that are first and foremost that we'll talk about today. One is name collisions, and the second one is trademark abuse and other types of abuse. So let me talk about another naming service. This was not on the list I showed you earlier, but the Butterfly protocol is what I call an equal opportunity collider. And what I mean by that is they have launched their own Web3 top-level domains that collide with existing ICANN top-level domains, and then also collide with other blockchain top-level domains. And so we see ICANN TLDs like com, art, insurance, org, tech, that are all the ICANN root. They have launched their own version of those TLDs. But then we also see things like web3.universe, .polkadot, .nft, which in fact are also TLDs that are being run by other blockchain naming services. So you obviously can see there may be a possible confusion issue if you have two competing blockchains trying to sell user-friendly identifiers using the same sort of naming structure. So there's a court case happening right now in the state of Delaware where two blockchain TLDs want the right to run the .wallet top-level domain for their naming service. On the left, we have Unstoppable Domains, the ones that now has a unicorn status that raised $65 million for their business. On the right, we have a Handshake operator that has rights to Handshake's version of .wallet. And so this litigation is happening in court in Delaware. The arguments basically, I'll summarize very simple. Unstoppable Domains is saying, look, collisions are very, very bad. It will confuse our consumers, our customers of our .wallet solution. And so the court should grant Unstoppable Domains exclusive rights to the .wallet TLD on the blockchain because they basically were there first and they've built a bigger presence using their marketing efforts. And so they want the court to basically tell the Handshake.wallet operator to shut down and let Unstoppable to have the only version of .wallet. The Handshake responses say, well, wait a minute. First use necessarily doesn't give them a monopoly on a generic string. They actually don't have the ability to get a trademark registration because the USPTO, for example, will not recognize trademark rights for a top-level domain name registry. And we can certainly coexist, even though we're both running .wallet top-level domains. We use different browsers and different ecosystems, and so we can coexist without confusing anyone. So this is obviously a very specific legal argument. The outcome may or may not establish precedent for future name collisions, but it'll be interesting to see how this turns out, especially if the court does decide for some reason that Unstoppable has an argument and should be given the ability to be given a monopoly on this generic string. So somewhat in response to that .wallet lawsuit, Unstoppable Domains, which runs 8 other TLDs, including .coin, decided, you know what, we just discovered that someone else has been offering a .coin alternative route called Emercoin. That's been around since 2014. And to demonstrate that we believe that we should get basically a monopoly on .wallet, we're going to discontinue our support of our .coin TLD. So they had 116,000 registrations on .coin. Those are immutable, which means they're still on the blockchain. So if you bought a .coin, you still own that .coin. However, Unstoppable has decided that their ecosystem, the browsers that recognize their TLDs, will no longer resolve the .coin domains that they sold. As you can imagine, this is not something you would ever see happen in the ICANN space. ICANN has put into place something called Ibero. And so if the registry operator decides they don't want to support a TLD anymore, ICANN will step in and ensure that those registrants can still access the second level names they registered. Currently, that type of backup does not exist on Web3. And so the folks who bought .coin domains are stuck with an NFT basically that they can't use until someone else comes along and decides to launch a browser and make those resolve again from the blockchain. And that may still happen. So we have a collision issue for Web3 domains. And here's a quote from another provider in the space saying the future of Web3 is at risk without an industry solution that all reputable, decentralized naming providers use for ensuring that naming works without collision between names and confusion by the user. Now, this sounds like something that you would expect from ICANN, and you're right. This is exactly the role ICANN serves today for Web2, but ICANN is absent when it comes to Web3 and the blockchain. And so the Web3 naming service providers are trying to solve this problem on their own. So there are, as I showed you the list of 20 or so naming services earlier, in order for this collision problem to be addressed, there needs to be, all those naming services need to cooperate and come together. And so just as there's a DAO for ENS, and there'll be a DAO for all those other naming services, there will be a DAO that is more coordinating across the different naming services and across the different ecosystems. And again, the whole community will have to come together for this to work, just like they did in Web2, and agree on a mechanism to minimize or eliminate these collisions. I'm going to talk about 2 competing solutions that are out there today. There will probably be more, but this gives you a sense of the direction in terms of internet governance is headed for solving this collision problem. The first one I'll talk about, the DDNS DAO. So the first D here stands for decentralized. So decentralized DNS DAO. I'm dubbing this the TLD clearinghouse, and disclosure, I am an advisor to the group behind this DAO. But their plan again is to do a blockchain DAO where all the different naming services come together and basically have a mechanism for allocating TLDs on the blockchain. So again, I characterize this DAO in the green paper phase. If you're familiar with how ICANN was formed, before its formation, there was first a green paper that came out of the US White House, where they basically decided about what would be the charter and the mission of ICANN. And so this DDNS DAO is really in that scoping phase of trying to come up with a constitution for this DAO. So if you go to their website, ddnsdao.com, they have a form that you can fill out, and they basically ask a series of questions, right? And so they talk about what their goal is, to create a DAO to manage the requirements for TLD creation in Web3. And they say, what is the primary risk of decentralized DNS providers offering the same decentralized top-level domain? And they ask it, A, B, or C. Is it collision of domains where each provider is offering a colliding TLD? Is it potential confusion by users on what domain they own? Is it confusion by going to duplicate websites? And if you're a provider of these decentralized DNS solutions, would you support joining an industry DAO to help resolve these collision issues? And so that's one effort that's underway that's received funding from the Hedera blockchain to try to do a cross-platform coordination effort to resolve the collision TLDs. So here's a second competing solution. And this was actually just announced yesterday at the Web3 Summit in Lisbon, Portugal. So if you go to web3domainalliance.com, you can read about this press release. And so this is really it's not quite a DAO yet. Right now, it's simply an alliance. It's being driven by Unstoppable Domains, the folks that are litigating over .wallet, that did essentially a rug pull with .coin. And so now they're trying to form an alliance of different naming services to, again, address the collision issue. And they asked their members to sign a member pledge if you want to be part of their alliance. And so the member pledge includes, 5 or 6 bullets that every member would agree to. But again, I want to highlight the third bullet here, which again echoes their argument in the .wallet litigation, that they think the members of this alliance should advocate for the policy position that NFT domain registry owner-operators create rights in their TLDs through first commercial use with market penetration. And so this is essentially what they're asking the court in Delaware to decide on their behalf in the .wallet case. And of course, they want that to create a precedent for their other TLDs. They have .blockchain, .nft, .x, .dao. So they've gone beyond the other competing effort, which simply is just trying to come up with a what I call a green paper scoping exercise, and they pretty much are advocating that the way you decide the collision problem is who was there first, have created a significant market presence. This is from a trademark law perspective. This runs counter certainly with first to file countries like the European Union that don't really recognize first use. It also runs counter to the policies of the USPTO and other trademark offices that will not grant registration to top-level domain name registry strings. So 2 competing efforts trying to solve the collision problem in the Web3 domain name space. Let's talk a little bit about the trademark abuse problem. So again, ICANN is not participating in the allocation of these top-level domains in Web3. So none of the ICANN policies apply for the registration of second-level names. And in fact, if anything, the mantra of Web3 in terms of being decentralized is more focused on personal security and privacy. And so they're really anti-ICANN by design, meaning they want to be anonymous. There are no contracted parties like registrars and registries that can be served with a takedown notice, a court order. There's no UDRP or URS where you can force the ownership transfer for doing trademark abuse. There's no public who is. You don't even know who owns these second level names. So trademark infringement is rampant, as you would expect. As I mentioned, we have this service called altroots.com, where we offer a trademark search engine for Web3 domains. And so what we've downloaded all the domain names that are on the major naming services, and we index the data to look for close similarities to particular terms. And so this is an example of the term Facebook. And so on the handshake blockchain, which has 7.5 million TLDs, we have identified 283 that contain the term Facebook. On Ethereum, again, 2.1 million second level names. There are 210 that contain the term Facebook. And our report would examine other TLDs as well. So to give you an idea of what that might look like, these are TLDs on Handshake that are closely similar to Facebook. And so you can see all different versions, misspellings, partial spellings of the Facebook trademark. You see homographs, which mix the language scripts. So the third one down to the left, there's a .Facebook with a stylized F. That's essentially an IDN because it's using a F from a different language script. The one right here in the middle is using OOK from a different language script. So again, a homograph. So these are examples of what could be seen as certainly confusingly similar TLDs, but also subject to and perhaps being registered by folks who have some bad intent to confuse the people familiar with Facebook. And similarly, Ethereum's.eth has a similar problem in terms of close similarities to trademarks. So the question is, how do we resolve this problem? They need a trademark dispute policy. In fact, they'll need a dispute policy not only for trademark abuse, but any other types of DNS abuse as well. But their constitution says name ownership shall not be infringed. And so UDRP is out. You cannot have a trademark panel and once you establish trademark abuse, force the owner of that Web3 domain, be it a top level or second level, to transfer control to a trademark owner. And so some other sort of dispute policy is called for here in order for it to gain acceptance by those Web3 naming services. So as I mentioned, I'm the chair of the blockchain committee for the Trademark Association. And so, also we're actually presenting in 10 days, a 100-page white paper on issues related to NFTs, which include obviously Web3 domain names. And so we envision working with WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, that really developed UDRP and proposed it to the ICANN community back in 1999, that we will help come up with a dispute policy for NFTs that can be embraced by the Web3 naming services. I just want to real quickly talk about this white paper that we're presenting to the INTA board of directors in 10 days. This, as you know, things are moving so fast in terms of the technology and the blockchain that laws simply are not keeping up. Regulations not keeping up. And so what we want to establish for the blockchain naming services are a set of IP principles. And the audience here is not only the naming services, but brand owners as well. A lot of brand owners have existing trademark registrations, yet they feel that there's a question about whether or not those existing registrations are sufficient to protect them on the blockchain in terms of NFTs and metaverses. So a lot of brand owners are rushing to file even more trademarks to expand the goods and services that they currently use to include these virtual goods. And so the first statement that we'd like to come out with as an organization is say, look, there's really no reason to do more trademark filings. Intellectual property as it exists today will exist in Web3 and the metaverse and will be exercised in these emerging digital ecosystems. Therefore, the existing IP should be respected in those ecosystems. And the national and international laws and treaties that exist today for the recognition and enforcement of IP rights should apply in Web3. So to the extent that intellectual property is protected by more than one type of right, be it copyright, trademark, et cetera, patent, the IP owner should be able to enforce those rights in all of these Web3 platforms, however they decide to do it. And so where we are looking for a harmonized cross-jurisdictional approach for the recognition and enforcement of IP rights in these emerging digital ecosystems. So what does that mean for disputes? Again, they're not quite ready today anyway to perhaps update their smart contracts to incorporate UDRP, and they may well do that, right? In fact, the courts may come across a naming service that is so violating trademark rights that they force that naming service to update their smart contract to allow a UDRP type of policy. But until then, I think the approach is going to be a multi-step approach. I'm calling a blockchain blacklisting policy. And so there'll still be panels like we have for UDRP that will adjudicate instances of unacceptable use, such as trademark abuse. And then it will need to go to the DAO, either the specific naming DAO, like Ethereum naming service, or we'll go to that cross blockchain DAO that I discussed earlier, that will give a thumbs up saying, yeah, we agree this is trademark abuse, add it to a blacklist that the community has agreed to follow in terms of whether or not it resolves via Web3 browser, whether or not it's allowed to be listed on a marketplace or be utilized by a decentralized app. So this is somewhat my high-level vision of where I think internet governance and self-governance will occur in terms of trademark abuse in Web3. So finally, what role could ICANN play in this? As you know, ICANN's slogan or tagline is one world, one internet. And so this is a principle that there needs to be uniqueness throughout the root server system. You only can have one .com TLD. You only can have one Facebook.com. And so they enforce that uniqueness. There's always been alternative routes, but the internet community, the web browsers, search engines, etc., have all agreed voluntarily to follow the ICANN root service. And so that's why they call it one world, one internet. So we look at where ICANN stands today. It has been a success in terms of private-led internet governance for the past 24 years. They have a healthy treasury. It's $500 million. In the early days, they were begging for donations. They generate $140 million a year in income. They've introduced healthy competition at the retail and wholesale level. So there's lots of choices for consumers. So for example, since 1999, the number of retail registrars have grown from 1 to over 2,500. So lots of choice for consumers. The top level domains have grown from 257 to over 1,400. And that includes GTLDs from 7 to over 1,167. CCTLDs have grown. They've introduced IDNs at both the country code and generic level. And they've expanded the root server system. There used to be just 13, with 10 of them being in the US. There's now over 1,500 worldwide. And of course, they've adopted a whole suite of right protection mechanisms from UDRP, URS, Trademark Clearinghouse, etc. So very definitely a success story by any means. If we look at where we are in terms of inventory, I'm a registrar, so I think I try to figure out, do I have names I can sell to my customers? So 10 years since the last 2012 round, there's still lots of unsold inventory. Excuse me. So I looked at a website, ntldstats.com. So the average number of names under management, that's what DUM stands for, domains under management, is about 26,000 names. The median, meaning if you look at the 1160 divided in half, the median is 100 names in their zone file. So that means there's roughly 580 that have less, 580 that have more. The small ones are many of them are very happy with their business. They're not necessarily there to sell names, but it does tell you that there's a lot of unsold supply in this space. And so that's after 10 years. So they've been very successful. They've created a situation where today's supply certainly exceeds demand. We look at collisions on the ICANN side. Back in 2012, 90% of those 1,160 new TLDs that I just talked about, 90% had collisions. Now, those collisions were considered unintentional. They typically came from corporate networks that were running Microsoft server or Cisco routers. And so the technique to expose those collisions was something called controlled interruption, where they would add the proposed new TLD into the root, and suddenly all that traffic from the corporate network would be visible at the root servers. And that's how they determined, for example, that 3 of the proposed or applied for TLDs, mail, corp, and home, should not be delegated because there is so much traffic coming from corporate networks. Since 2012, however, the DNS has certainly evolved. There's less visibility at the root servers of collisions because there's now at the edge, there are a lot of caching going on. And so a lot of the DNS traffic does not actually get seen at the root servers. Nonetheless, the next round is still planning to use the same mitigation method of controlled interruption because there really is no better technique today for exposing these collisions and somewhat having a mechanism for communicating to corporate network administrators that there may be a problem if they don't fix their software. However, blockchains are not using necessarily Web 2 DNS, and so it's not likely that ICANN will participate in Web 3 governance. They're probably not going to be invited unless they're willing to compromise on their Web 2 policies that they've developed. And as we've seen with Handshake, with millions of top-level domains, in fact, the month of October 2022, there were over 500,000 TLDs allocated on the Handshake blockchain, 500,000 in 1 month. In comparison, ICANN currently plans to cap new TLDs at 1,000 a year. So it's a different model in terms of scale. And so it's unlikely that ICANN anytime soon would participate in this Web3 governance. So what's going to happen with collisions in the next round of ICANN TLDs? As I mentioned, there's 2 types. There's the unintentional, which I'll call within the root server system that are coming from corporate networks. And there are those that are external to the root server that are on blockchain. And the risk is that ICANN gets applications in 3 or 4 or 5 years that collide with well-established Web3 top-level domains. We talked about .eth that has over 2 million. That's not likely to be collided by ICANN because it is a reserved 3-letter string. But certainly all the unstoppable domains that they're trying to get a court to recognize as being given IP rights, .crypto, .nft, .dao, there will likely be multiple applications for those in the next ICANN round. And so the question is, how should or ICANN deal with this potential problem? We know it's coming. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion. They have not yet done any sort of PDP or working group. I'm a member of the name collision advisory process. They have not included blockchain TLDs in their scope as of yet. So the question is, should they? Should the board, when considering whether to delegate a new TLD in 5-year time, consider whether or not there's being harm introduced to consumers that are using a Web3 TLD, even though there's no visibility to it at the root service. So here's a question that I'll throw out to the audience. Should ICANN assess potential consumer harm in introducing a collision with a blockchain TLD? Should they participate in some of these Web3 governance issues? And not just ICANN, the organization, but the communities, the stakeholder groups within ICANN, the contracted parties, the intellectual property constituency, the non-commercial group, et cetera. What role should they do to engage what's happening on Web3? So thank you for your time today, and I'll pause there and see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Tom, for your presentation. We have a question from the floor here, so. ahead.
Hi, Tom. This is Alfredo Calderon. I'm from the island, from Puerto Rico. Your presentation is very interesting, and I wish we had a couple of hours so I can ask you all the questions that I have. But when you talk about Web3 versus Web 2, are we talking about having two parallel traffic internets dealing with specific services? That's one question. And if that is the case, how are we going to gain the trust of the end user when they navigate through the web looking for a service? Those are two questions, and I have a lot more. If I have another turn, I'll be able to ask them to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Those are great questions. And so I don't really think it's anything new. It's all about trust, right? It took a while for consumers to trust Web 2. And so there are billions of dollars of investor money being spent on building out Web3. The opportunity in terms of virtual goods for brand owners, the cliche is that anything that can't be eaten will have a digital twin in the metaverse. And so it's in the interest of brand owners to ensure that consumers trust engaging with them on the metaverse. And so that's why these issues are so important. But there's a lot of motivation, not only by brand owners, but by venture capitalists, to ensure that their investment isn't thrown away, isn't wasted. And so they will solve this problem. It's really no different than what happened to the web in the late 90s. They solved the problem of trademark abuse. It's still a work in progress, right? I'm here at the Contracted Parties Summit in Los Angeles. The entire day today is focused on DNS abuse. And so the job's not done yet, even in Web 2, in terms of building consumer trust. And so that will happen also with virtual goods and the Web 3. Your other question, are these different internets? They're certainly going to be bridged somehow. The real question is, when will I see what I call the third browser war coming. The Web3 is being driven by individuals that want to regain control of their privacy. And so they will gravitate towards the browsers that enable that privacy. They don't want to be giving away data to search engines and social media. And so there will be brand new decentralized social networks, decentralized websites. And the key question is, what's the gateway to that? Will it be brand new browsers like Opera, Brave, Beacon? or will Chrome and Firefox decide that if they don't become that gateway, that they'll lose market share. Any other questions?
Follow-up? He has a follow-up.
Yes,
Okay.
this is Alfredo again. I have another question. So I have the feeling that, I'm not saying that you're implying that, but in a way you're saying that there's going to be two organizations to deal with gaining the trust of the end user. One will be ICANN that, well, more or less deals with what you mentioned as Web 2.2, Web 2 services and organizations that provide those services. But then when you talk about Web 3, it seems like you're talking about a niche within the community. There's a small group of people that will require certain type of softwares to gain access to that service or those services, be them blockchain or NFT services. Is that correct?
So I'm not sure I would characterize it as a niche or a small group of people. If there are already tens of millions of people who have digital wallets to do cryptocurrency, to do NFTs in terms of collecting or trading or digital identity, it is, and the virtual good opportunities in terms of selling and trading virtual goods is going to be a huge market. What the real question is whether or not ICANN has built their mission, their framework. There's very few exceptions to who needs to follow an ICANN policy. If you apply for a new TLD, they have something called Spec 13 for brand owners. Brand TLDs don't need to follow all the same policies that a generic TLD needs to follow. But I don't see them creating another spec to allow blockchain naming services into their umbrella and be exempt from things like WHOIS, from UDRP. That might be a bridge too far for ICANN to compromise on. And so I do think there'll be other governance happening in the form that I mentioned. I do think it will be these decentralized autonomous organizations that will try to bring together these different naming services. And essentially they're doing another ICANN, but with a different set of policies.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? We have 2 or 3 minutes before we end the session. Andre? We're getting the microphone to the person here, so
All right.
1 second.
Andrew Shabuch, McGill University in Montreal, Canada. I'd like to first of all thank you for this observation of this kind of the future of the internet, or maybe but what's your personal opinion of the legal regulation of these technologies? Because, for example, some people think about the cryptocurrency, it is not exactly currency because it's not recognized by any kind of the central bank, for example. For the blockchain, I know the blockchain was used, technology of blockchain was used in the elections. We had the internet, and it was criticized by observers, by electoral observers, because of the impossibility or lack of electoral observation due to these security procedures. But I think this is the future of the technologies, but it needs some legal regulation. What's your opinion about that?
So I would separate out cryptocurrency, or what we call fungible tokens, from non-fungible tokens. I think cryptocurrency is going to be regulated in fairly short order. as it directly impacts fiat currency. But from the legislation I've seen, they've carved out NFTs from this legislation, which means they want to replicate the ICANN experiment. They want to see if the industry can self-govern on the NFT side. And so, there's not a one shot fits all. There certainly will be regulation that impacts NFTs, but I think there's a tendency to give them a little slack, see what the industry could do for self-regulation. But of course, where it's not fast enough or efficient, you'll see things like GDPR, I think, impacting Web3 as well.
Okay, well, with that, I would like to thank you, Tom, for taking some of your busy time to support our school. Being here today, give us a hint of what blockchain and what things are happening and on that spectrum. And we will see in the future how it goes.
All right.
So we're going to
Thank you, everybody.
bye-bye. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. So again, have a coffee on me, and we'll see you in a while. Oh, and again, we want to thank all our sponsors here that allow, support our school. So as always, so thank you so much, and see you in a bit.
Hello. One, two, 1, 2.
Welcome back. This time we're going to change a little bit the discussion on the school from DNS to something more more different than the things that we have seen. Part of the school is so far you have seen a different perspective about the DNS and different emergent technologies. And it's good for the students to know that there are things out there different, so you can debate in the future. This debate will continue. It doesn't have to do with a specific organization itself. It has to do with the technology. Okay, technology brings different things. Many years ago, we didn't have Facebook. We didn't know what about social media. Now we have social media. There's some things that happen there. So I hope you have appreciated that information. It's part of the schools that you learn about all this perspective, and you are able to bring those when you go to internet forums. That's a good place to debate this in a kind of panel in these debates. It's important that you understand these concepts so you understand what they are. So this time I'm going to invite Alfredo to introduce our next speaker, Chris Adams. So Alfredo.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody, especially for those that are remote participants. And I want to add before I present Chris to what Eduardo mentioned, remember that this is a school of internet governance. And in internet governance, we follow the multi-stakeholder model at least as much as we can. So there are different perspectives, and the importance of these type of schools is to increase awareness of the different perspectives that are out there. Who's going to get to the conclusion or, you know, a summary of what their idea should be? It all depends on your background, your professional background, your experiences. And when you go back home or you sit down with a colleague and discuss what's going what's been happening and will happen the rest of the afternoon and tomorrow, it's really up to you guys to get to your own conclusion. It might be wrong, but that's the whole idea, that everybody has the opportunity to discuss and to try to reach some kind of agreement so that the internet can evolve and we can move to the next step. So after that conversation we had previously, and now we're going to move into something that some might believe that it's sort of strange. We're going to talk about internet as a green internet. And our next speaker, who is Chris Adams, he will be presenting exactly how green is your internet. Is my internet green enough? And there's a few questions that he's going to try and answer or give his perspective. The concept of what a green internet is all about, so that we have a basic ground to understand other questions that we have for him. Like, for example, what emerging technologies support the idea of green internet? Are governments acting on this concept of a green or greener internet? What you as an end user can do to make internet greener? And I would like to remind the remote participants that if you have any questions, you can use the chat tool within Zoom. And those that are here, of course, will be able to raise your hand and address your questions if we have time after Chris' presentation. So, Chris, the floor is yours.
Excellent.
You can
Thank you
proceed.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. I'm assuming you folks can all hear me okay. I can't see any, I can't see if you are, so I'm just going to assume that that's definitely the case. I'm just going to try sharing my screen now, and then with the time I have with you, we'll go through a brief journey aided by a
Chris,
deck.
give us a few
Yes.
minutes. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me at the moment. Okay. That's
We have some
interesting.
sort of other channel, audio channel. So give us a second.
Okay.
Okay, Chris, you can proceed now. Now we can hear you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. If you can hear me, I'm assuming you can see me as well, which I then assume that you're able to then see the screen that I'm about to share. So if you bear with me, I'm going to share this deck with you. And if one of you would be so kind to just give me some kind of audio cue to tell me if you can actually see, then I shall begin.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay, good stuff. All right then, so I have a limited amount of time with you, and the deck that I'm about to present to you is also online, visible for anyone to see at the address that you see on this URL here, thegreenwebfoundation.org/NASIG 2022. And I guess we can go. So hello there, my name is Chris Adams. I am the Executive Director of the Green Web Foundation. We're a nonprofit based in the Netherlands, where we've been tracking the transition of the internet for the last 15 years away from fossil fuels onto greener energy. I also work as an organizer of a large online community called climateaction.tech. I'm also the editor of a magazine called Branch Magazine, which explores the intersection of technology and climate. And I'm also the chair of the Green Software Foundation Policy Working Group, which is an industry body comprised of organizations like Microsoft and ThoughtWorks and GitHub and various other large tech players, where we basically work out what to do, what is green software, and actually define standards for organizations to implement themselves as well. Okay, if you want to keep up with me, I'm Mr. Chris Adams pretty much everywhere online, and the organization I work for is called Green Web Foundation, and on Twitter it's at Green Web Found, as you can see below. Now, during the time I have with you, these are the three things I'm going to actually tell you about. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about how the internet has an impact on the climate. And then we're going to switch it around to talk about how climate change is affecting the internet back, which is going to be something that you may need to be aware of if you're looking to govern this stuff. And then I'm going to make a case for a fossil-free internet, which is what we talk about and what we think is one of the key things that policymakers who are interested in governance around the internet might want to be thinking about. So let's start here, how the internet affects the climate. So the short version is the internet has an impact on climate because directly through basically the carbon emissions that are caused from both running the internet, which involves having millions upon millions of computers globally running, but also making computers, because in many cases there is a extremely large energy footprint, turning things like sand into silicon so we can actually run it in the form, run it as computers. Now, if I was there in prison, I would ask if anyone recognizes this chart here. And I'm just going to assume that people haven't, but this is actually from Microsoft's website when they talk about their own sustainability goals and about the impact of technology has on basically climate, really. This actually tells a story over the last, say, 100 odd years about of basically growth and increased kind of prosperity, but also a growth in carbon emissions. And one of the reasons this is occurring is because most of the growth and most of the energy use that we've been able to enjoy has largely been powered by burning fossil fuels. And we've been burning a lot of fossil fuels. Like, it's quite hard to get your head around just how much carbon we've emitted over the last, say, 250 years here. The simplest way I have to think about this that I can relate to is that the total weight of all the carbon dioxide in the world, which is the key kind of gas driving climate change, is basically the same weight as everything we've ever built and everything that's alive today. So that's like a significant amount that we actually have. And it's useful to know that while we've had some of this growth and why it has been useful, it hasn't come from, it hasn't been uniformly shared across the entire globe. So this chart that I'm about to show you basically shows where the emissions have come from over the last, say, 200 years. And again, this shows you a story of development, and you can see how basically over the last, say, 200 years, you might see the discovery of oil, you might see things like deforestation, and you'll also see over time how different events in the world end up change. You can see this reflected in the world, for example. So you can see how, say, the UK, where I'm from, was a significant player, along with Russia being a very, very large organization, country. But over time, you saw as the world has developed, you've seen it shared by different players, but you still have this kind of historical shadow which has been cast simply because so much carbon has been put into the sky. You'll also see on the bottom right-hand side that we've got a bit budget, which is related to what you might think of as the safe budget for staying within 1.5 degrees of global warming, which is what the scientific consensus basically says we should be aiming for if we want to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. And I need to stress this quite a lot because it's quite important in the context of the internet, right? We're in a climate crisis because we keep burning fossil fuels instead of finding a path off them. And it's also important to bear in mind that the internet is basically the biggest machine in the world, and it runs mostly on fossil fuels. And this is actually something that we can look at to kind of get an idea, because the internet largely is powered by electricity, and most of the electricity we use comes from fossil fuels. So what you're looking at here is basically a website from an organization called Ember Climate. They create open data showing the carbon intensity of electricity all around the world and globally. So this is open data that you can find. So if you went to this website here, you would be able to see basically how clean or how dirty the energy is in your part of the world, and how it has changed over time, and how it is likely to be changing over time as well. So that's one part. That's one of the big drivers. Now, the internet on the whole, you can think about it as having roughly the same emissions as the shipping industry. And just like the shipping industry, lots of us benefit from things like international shipping. So there's a real kind of we don't want it to go away, but we do want it to be cleaner. So that's one of the ways that the internet actually has an impact on climate change, just by driving emissions. The other way is kind of more indirectly, which is through influencing social norms and things like climate policy. And we had Facebook mentioned previously. Facebook is great for connecting people, but it's also worth remembering that it's also an advertising company, and people use it to basically make sure their messages get heard. And what I'm showing you now is a report from an organization called Influence Map, who basically have been tracking how organizations use tools like Facebook and so on to essentially keep things as they are and slow down much of a transition away from fossil fuels, simply because people make a huge, massive profits from fossil fuels. And this year is no different. This year is the year of actually record-breaking profits for fossil fuel companies. And one of the reasons is because we end up having the information space polluted just the same way that the atmosphere ends up being polluted by things like carbon emissions. And it's worth bearing in mind that when people talk about things like misinformation, it comes in lots of different flavors. And there are lots of ways people use this to basically essentially shift a debate or make certain arguments or certain science seem less credible, or actually provide different arguments to discourage people acting on things. So this here is a kind of wheel of all the different kinds of arguments that are made and the different kind of points that you'll see coming up again and again and again. And in many ways, tools like, say, Facebook or various social media tools are used to help influence this kind of debate. And this debate is important because this is essentially what influences things like climate policy. And to give you some context, this Exxon, the fossil fuel the oil company, in 2020, they basically spent more on Facebook ads than the IPCC, which is the big research organization that has thousands of scientists working to actually come up with the reports that inform the decisions of hundreds of countries, of nearly 200 countries. Exxon spent more on Facebook ads than their entire budget in the same year. So this is what I mean by how people end up using the internet to impact and change policy, to slow down transitions or keep things as they are, often at the cost of lots of us. And this is something that if you are thinking about the governance of the internet, you'll need to be aware of and be prepared to actually engage with. The other thing to bear in mind is that the internet creates various social norms. Cyber Monday is one such example of this, where in many cases we are incentivized to maybe buy things that are good, but aren't necessarily the things that we might need, which again is another driver of fossil fuel, of carbon emissions. So we've spoken a little bit about how the internet affects the climate. Let's go the other way around and talk about how climate change affects the internet, because this is also something that you will need to be somewhat aware of. So one of the first ones is basically physical risk. As sea levels rise, you'll basically see that this is going to have an impact on infrastructure all around. This is a page from the website Data Center Dynamics, which is actually which was covering a peer-reviewed study, which basically was which looked at the next, say, 10 years going ahead. And the short version is that because a significant amount of internet infrastructure is close to coastal areas, you have something like, I think it's more than half of the internet infrastructure that you would that we rely on is basically seen to be at risk. I'd really suggest looking through this because this is something that was actually researched in America, but in North America in particular, but you do not see this kind of research in other parts. So depending on where you are in the world, this may have this may have an impact for you, and this may be an area that you want to be aware of, because this is going to have an impact on what kind of connectivity you might be able to enjoy and so on. Also, we see things like the climate change affecting basically the operation of data centers elsewhere, which are likely to cause outage. This is what we saw this year because we had unexpectedly warm weather this year in the UK. We saw Google and Oracle, people who were very data centers run by people who are very good at running data centers. We saw outages coming basically in lots of places, largely because the temperature was hotter than these buildings were designed to cope with. And this is likely to be a sign of things to come if we do not actually start preparing for this and responding to this. Finally, The other way that climate change has an impact on the internet is because disproportionately, women and elderly people are affected by climate change. So we already have something that is known as the kind of digital gender gap, where you end up with basically men like me who are overrepresented on the internet, and people who are not men end up having less access to many of the kind of connectivity and lots of the benefits of the internet. And this is generally seen, this kind of manifests as basically lost economic activity. And if you look at this report from the Alliance for Affordable Internet, they basically put this figure at an incredibly high number. Now, this is something which will only be exacerbated if we do not act and not think about this. So this is another way this can have a kind of knock-on effect, which is not just about sea level rises or things getting slightly hotter, for example. So these are some of the things you might want to be aware of. I'm going to make a case for a fossil-free internet now, and some ways that we think about where we work at the Green Web Foundation. First of all, it's worth bearing in mind that when I talk about the idea of transitioning away from fossil fuels, so we have basically green energy running the internet, this is not like a pipe dream. This is actually something that is published and has costed pathways that have existed for at least a while now. Now, this is the report last year that was published by the IEA, who are the International Energy Agency. This is basically the organization that was set up in the 1970s to ensure a steady supply of crude oil to North America from various oil-producing countries. And they have come out last year basically saying, yes, we can get to net zero. It's a very, very good idea. We really, really should be doing this. And large economies base their industrial strategies around the forecasts in reports like this. And what they've basically said is, yes, we can get to net zero. We should be moving away from fossil fuels. And this is the path that we could get to. And they've literally said up front that, yes, we do not need to have any new kind of oil and gas fields for this, which is partly why I keep referring back to how the internet ends up being used to influence the policy, the public policy debate for us. Now, it's worth bearing in mind that over the last, say, 10 years in particular, we have seen a change in the economics around things like, say, fossil fuels. So previously, 10 years ago, maybe the cost of things like renewables and things may have been more expensive. This chart here that you're looking at is from an organization called Transition Zero. They've plotted the cost of renewables, which is solar and batteries in Germany, for example, compared to the cost of, say, fossil fuels like gas and coal and things like that. And you'll see, although you can't see particularly well, basically over the last 10 years, the cost of renewables has come down by about nearly tenfold. And you'll see that that is definitely not the case, and that you've seen a significant amount of volatility with gas and oil prices that you see here. So the economics are very much getting in favor of switching away from fossil fuels to green energy and having basically an internet which is not reliant on one source of fuel in this case. And where we talk at the Green Web Foundation, we talk about this idea of a fossil-free internet and a greener internet being gold, which is green, open, lean, and distributed. We talk about green in terms of green energy, which is the energy, but also the material inputs, because there's a significant impact in basically making computers, as we spoke about before. And it's worth bearing in mind that when we talk about things like, say, green energy, for most of us, when we actually use electricity, we basically get a kind of mixture that comes in. And you don't necessarily, if you're buying something like, say, if you're on a green energy tariff, or you're saying we want to have a green internet, it's not, it basically means that we need to end up adding more renewables that over time will end up basically displacing the kind of gas and coal that you actually see here. And there are tools which make it easy for you to see how, I'll rephrase somewhat. Depending on where you are internet, the certain places are particularly good for running infrastructure, and certain places are not so good for running infrastructure because in terms of the actual environmental impact from them. So if you were to, say, run servers in one part of the world, they can have, the same code can have a greater impact in certain places compared to other ones. So for example, in France here, you can see that the energy here is particularly green, largely because you have a significant amount of things like, say, nuclear and low carbon fuels. Whereas if you looked where I am in, where I live in Germany, we are the land of solar and coal. So depending on the time of day, we can actually have particularly kind of quite clean energy. So we have quite clean internet. And then certain times when the sun might be down or it's not particularly windy and we resort to things like lignite and other coal, we end up with much dirtier internet. And that means that what people end up doing now is shifting work to basically reduce the amount of work they might do when the grid is particularly dirty, and shifting this kind of work to when it is actually greener, basically. Now, when I talk about, actually, I'm just going to skip over this. The main thing I was going to actually touch on here was the idea of saying, if you're going to, when we work with renewable, when we work with energy, so if people say you have maybe say 30% of the energy or in a year coming from say renewables, it doesn't mean it's actually 30% solid. You have renewables which are intermittent, and there is something to take into account here. But for the purpose of this talk, I'm just going to skip over that actually. The other thing that I talk about in terms of actually getting away from about using greener energy is when you're actually, if we're going to be transitioning away, the main thing that we would be doing is if you are asking people to actually switch, the thing you'll ask them to do usually is basically get people to to switch plans and do things like this, so that over time you can basically shift the average intensity of the grid to basically be running on a greater amount of greener energy that you see here. Now, this is one thing that we do where I work at the Green Web Foundation. We basically maintain a database so that you can check basically any website, and we will basically tell you if we have been able to find evidence that that website is running on green energy or is it not running on green energy. This is what we do, and we publish these as data sets for people to use as open data. And we'll touch on a few other things later on in this talk about that. So I spoke about green energy. The other thing we talk about for a kind of greener internet is an open internet using open data, open source code, and transparency in general. Now, I showed you this chart before from an organization called Ember that gives you where this data is used to help people understand how clean or how dirty energy is in various parts of the world and what the trends look like. Now, we did some work with an organization called RIPE NCC. That's the European registrar who actually allocate IP address space to people. We did some work with them to combine the open data there with an API lookup service to annotate every single public IP address on Earth with carbon intensity information, so that people who build infrastructure or build kind of digital tools and services know how to basically where to run various services for the lowest carbon intensity. And if you have tools like this available, then you can do things where you end up with like a carbon aware internet. So you might be able to kind of route particular packets and data through the kind of cleanest possible routes at various times of day and so on. So this basically means that we can actually do things like optimize the internet for carbon by basically building this into the infrastructure itself, and actually build this into the protocols, so that just how you might say optimize for things like say latency, you could do the same. You could optimize for carbon. And this is actually something that Google do right now. Actually, Google have started doing this kind of work themselves. When you choose to build any kind of tools with Google, they can give you this information to tell you where you might choose to run particular jobs or particular kind of servers, to take into account things like say price, latency, carbon footprint, and so on. And we think this is actually something that we're going to see more of over time. When I speak about open, I also talk about open in terms of making it possible for us to use open source to come up with different ideas for infrastructure. So this looks like a greenhouse to most of us, but this is actually part of a data center, because there are now companies like Block Heating, and what they do is they basically get data centers and they connect them up to things like greenhouse gas to greenhouses. And what a company like Block Heating does is they basically take things like say end of life recycled servers from companies like say Facebook or Google or Microsoft and so on. They put them into shipping containers, and then they attach them to greenhouses like this. And the waste heat, rather than being vented into the sky or people having to spend lots of money to get rid of the heat somehow, they put that heat to productive use. Now, greenhouses would otherwise need to be burning gas to heat up their greenhouses to kind of grow delicious tomatoes and things. But instead, they're able to kind of reuse some of the existing infrastructure. So this is like an idea of how data centers can look. Now, they don't literally look like Lego, obviously, but the idea of challenging how you think a data center is built or what it looks like is actually one that it's worth bearing in mind. The other thing to bear in mind when we talk about open is the idea of making it easier to actually allow people to take action at a kind of civic level as well as a kind of consumer level. So in the UK, there is an organization called My Society. What they do is they make it really, really easy for organizations, for citizens, people in the country, to see how various local governments are, how ambitious they are on climate. So if you live in the UK, you can basically see all the kind of plans for yourself, for where you live. You can compare that to neighbors, and you can find out how to engage with other parts of the, with other places, with others. Now, the thing that's interesting, in my view, in this is that tools like this are open source, so they can be deployed and used in a local context. And this means that you can you can basically lower the barrier to engaging on something like climate, so people can actually be involved in governance to actually end up with more climate friendly policies to hopefully get us staying within the safer limits of warming that we've spoken about before. Lean is the final part of this, the third of these, of gold, which is basically making sure we make use of the infrastructure we do have, or making sure the resources we use count well. Now, an example of this is people doing things with off-grid networks, actually, like the kind of the real edges of the internet. Now, this is a project that Facebook have run called Project Seismic or Seismic. They were finding ways to basically stop the edge of the internet relying on things like diesel, because in various parts of the world, you will see diesel being a significant driver of emissions, but also one of the key ways that we power the internet. For example, in Nigeria, more of the internet is powered by diesel than it is by the grid, basically. And the example of Seismic was basically looking at how people use the internet and modulating and looking how much renewable energy is available to us that we can harvest from, say, the sun and wind, and adjusting how the actual infrastructure, how much power the infrastructure is using, so that you needn't be relying on burning fossil fuels for power. So this is an example of what I think is actually an interesting idea of how the internet may work and what kind of developments we might see in the future. Finally, distributed. Now, this is one thing that we see more and more of with people building tools online. They basically realize that in many ways, you can move work, like complicated and expensive computing jobs, through time or through space to avoid pollution. And I'll explain a little bit how. So in the UK, you might have heard of a tool called the baking forecast. This is a project that basically looks at the energy on the grid that you have right now. And because baking uses a lot of electricity to kind of heat up an oven for a few hours, it's they basically tell you when is going to be a good time to bake by looking at how much wind and solar is powering the grid, and how much other fuels are powering the grid. And on a day where there's lots and lots of wind and solar, for example, you'll get a kind of green line, and you'll know, yeah, I should probably bake today. But on days where you have lots and lots of fossil fuels, they will basically tell you that's a particularly high carbon cake that you'll be making. And this principle works for websites as well. So this is a project I mentioned, Branch Magazine. When we do the same thing, we basically have, we tap into various APIs and feeds of data. So when you have lots and lots of renewables on the grid, you'll see something like this. You'll see a really rich website full of really nice images and video and things like that. However, when you have lots and lots of fossil fuels on the grid, we scale back to stay inside a carbon budget. So, and we fall back to the accessible text that should be there anyway for people, and people who may be on, say, less expensive or older devices, so that we can so they can see the content, but so that we actually stay inside a budget as well. Now, this is actually done with data centers as well. Google do the same thing themselves. Just see if this is going to take a second to load. It's not loading, unfortunately. I'm not sure why. But basically what you would be showing is a chart of how Google do the same thing. They basically move particular machine learning jobs to when there's lots and lots of renewable energy on the grid. And this ends up saving them a lot saving emissions, but also saves energy, because when you have an oversupply of energy from the form of, say, wind and solar, it ends up being a lot cheaper than when you're relying on fossil fuels in other parts of other times of day. And you see this kind of geographic scale of, as well. For example, this is a snapshot of the cost of electricity in Texas at certain times of day, where you can have a massive gulf between the cost of electricity simply because one part of the state might have a significant amount of renewables and more energy being generated than people can use, where the cost is negative. And conversely, when it's a particularly hot day and you can't get access to that energy, the cost ends up being quite a bit higher. So these kinds of changes and this extra kind of dynamicism in how people price energy is likely to have an impact at the internet level as well. Finally, this is one thing that we've seen more of now. There are new designs for the internet in particular, which specifically route packets through the greenest possible routes. So this is an example of maybe someone in the UK trying to visit a website in, say, Poland. You'll need to hop through each of these parts that you get here. Now, if you were to run through this, certain countries are going to be particularly green. Certain countries are not going to be quite so green because their power is coming from different forms of energy, for example. Now, when you use things like, say, a CDN, a content delivery network, for example, you can avoid the hops you actually need, which means you don't need to have quite so much infrastructure running in places further along, like you see here. But the idea of tools like Scion and so on is that they take this stuff into account. So they'll basically route based on which they are able to route based on which is the greenest next hop. And this is something that we're now seeing more of and becoming more available these days. This is still early days, and this is still kind of quite cutting edge technology, but this appears to be the direction that we're likely to be moving in. These savings, these do actually turn out to kind of end up being measurable savings. So when this is simulated, this ends up having something like, well, as you can see here, they went in simulations, around half of the impact for transfer was saved, largely by being careful about how you route the various packets through the internet if you're able to optimize for carbon like this. And that's it. If you want green, if you want a green internet, think about gold and think about the fact that, yes, climate that we can have an impact on climate, but but climate change also has an impact on the internet itself. So yeah, that's it. This is what we covered together. We ran through the impact that climate change affecting the internet being the internet causing this, and why you might want a fossil-free version of this. And I think that's pretty much it. I'm going to, if you're curious and you wanted to follow any of the links, this deck is online, as you can see here. And if you have any questions, I'll have a look in the chat to see what we have. But I've also got a link here that I'll share in the chat. So if you have any questions that we don't have time to discuss, I'll do my best to answer them beyond this call. But I do need to bear in mind that it is a little bit late where I am because I'm in Germany. It's around, say, 8 o'clock as opposed to 2 o'clock. But yeah, that's me. Thanks, folks. I'll hand over to our host to see what questions came up and see what we can answer.
Thank you so much, Chris, for that interesting presentation. In fact, I sometimes check which hosting services are greener than others, believe it or not, after I saw your presentation, by the way. So I do have a question before we go to the questions here in the where we are now, or remotely. Can you comment on blockchain, which, we always hear that, this mining process takes so much energy. Can you comment about that? Are they doing something like Google or other ones to, reduce this energy consumption?
Yes, this question comes up all the time. It's useful to split out when you talk about blockchains, you talk about things like, say, proof of work and proof of stake. Now, Ethereum, which was the other big blockchain other than, say, Bitcoin, for example, Ethereum successfully managed, I'm just going to share a link for people to make questions into there. So if you have any questions and I'm adding to the Google Doc, I'll answer them outside this call as well if I can. But back to blockchain. Ethereum, which is the second of these, they were able to move away from proof of work this year. That resulted in a 99.9% drop in carbon emissions. That's like, bear in mind that this was a technology which had the same carbon footprint as a small country. No, actually quite a big country, like a European country, That's significant. Now, globally, the figures for things like, say, proof of work coins, like, say, Bitcoin, for example, if you think of, say, the data centers in around the world being thought to use something like maybe 200 terawatts of hour, 200 terawatt hours, the numbers that I think from memory, when I was looking at things like Bitcoin, this is before the kind of crash, basically. Before the crash, we were looking at something around 25% of that kind of footprint of all the data centers was being allocated to proof of work coins and things like that. Now, I think that, say, 200 terawatts, or maybe the same carbon footprint of shipping, as pretty good for something that benefits everyone in the world. But when you think about something like, say, cryptocurrencies and particular things like Bitcoin, it's not really benefiting the entire world. It's benefiting a very, very small number of people. So that doesn't feel like a particularly good use of the energy that we actually would have, in my view. So, and we've had some people share some numbers into this. So I think that it's worth splitting out these two things. Now, things like, say, proof of stake have their own issues because you, and I'm not saying that's like the magic solution, but it's worth bearing in mind that there is a split between these two things. Hope that helps.
Thank you. And have you think are there other emerging technologies that you think are energy, they use a lot of energy that we should be aware of?
Yes, I think it's worth bearing in mind that tools like, say, AI and so on, that now this is something that we see growing a lot of the time. I mean, we have seen it be a significant driver of growth, and it's generally a kind of buzzword that people really, really like, in the same way that, say, blockchain was a few years ago. Now, there are definitely very, very useful applications of things like, say, of AI, but a lot of the time, it's also worth bearing in mind that depending on your goals, it might not necessarily be the best tool to use. And if you are going to be using it, there are actually tools, there are actually various algorithms which make much better use of the energy and can provide almost the same impact for a fraction of the energy. So when you think about something like, if something is 96% accurate and you have to use 10 times the energy to get some to be 97% accurate, sometimes it's not really worth it. And this is one thing to take into account. There is a podcast which I co-host called the Environment Variables Podcast, where I'll share a link where we speak to climate specialists about this. Okay, I think, and what I'll do is I'll share a link to the podcast interview with some experts about AI, because that's one of the other big drivers that may be worth discussing.
Chris, we missed something. We had a problem with the internet here in the where we were for a few minutes. So
okay, the question was.
Okay, go ahead.
Your question was about are there other technologies, other than blockchains and things? Right. So I refer to AI as one particular one. I'm going to share a link to a podcast, and in there is a link specifically about AI and ML impacting climate change. That's one thing, but it's worth bearing in mind that a lot of the time, while you can look inward at the like the internet, for example, and focus on things like efficiency, it's also worth bearing in mind what you use it for, because that can have an outsized impact as well. So, for example, when we talk about, say, something like, does technology have a significant impact? Yes, things like, say, AI might have an impact by themselves, but what they enable is actually much more important. So when you use something like, say, AI to help drill for oil, for example, when a single contract has the same carbon footprint as Facebook, then that's actually one thing that we should be aware of as well. It's not just the technology, it's how you use it a lot of the time. I'll share a link to kind of give some more detail about that, because this is one thing that and actually the podcast that explains that in a lot of detail, actually, that I shared a link to.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions here? There are a couple of questions. Let me get the microphones to some of the people here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for the presentation. My name is Nancy from Canada, and my question is, from your perspective, how does the internet affect the environment positively? I
think it does loads of things positively. Think about the fact that me being able to speak to other people without having to fly, that's incredibly helpful, right? Like that's great. I'm able to have friendships and relationships with people that I would otherwise never be able to do. So the connectivity of that is massively more efficient than the old ways of having to kind of fly around all the time, for example, and things like that. I also think that it can be an incredible accelerant of climate action and of engagement, for example. So the fact that you can say from one step, you could be 1 or 2 steps away from finding out about climate scientists or finding about what various say activists are doing. That's, in my view, it's fascinating. The fact that you can actually get informed so easily is actually a really, really important thing. And I think that's one thing the internet is really, really been good for. However, it's really important that we kind of guard that and we really, really are careful about, and we treat like the kind of information ecosphere just as much as just as important as the kind of the kind of physical ecosphere that we're around, because in many ways things like disinformation and so on really have an impact on basic things like policy and our chances of staying within a safe amount of warming, in my view. So I think, yeah, access to resources is one thing, access to experts is another thing, but it's important for us to know how to make sure that we have access to actual experts rather than cranks on YouTube, basically.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris. Thank you for your presentation. So my specific question, well, I'm sorry, Gustavo Ortega, Georgia Tech. My specific question is, in terms of emerging technologies, we see like this increase in the use of low orbit satellites, and we know that for the internet access, the use is basically being spread out, not just by one company, but many of them. If we think about a little bit about the potential uses of space for other, I would say, for other industries that may require the internet as well for their communication. So this will demand a lot of energies to put the satellites and what's implicit about this relationship. So in terms of the economy of this ecosystem, how beneficial or not would it be to be green, or will it be sustainable in long term? What do you think about it?
This is the question about low Earth orbits, things like Starlink and OneWeb and tools like that. Is that the question?
Not particularly to point out about these companies, but thinking about the future, yeah, you could potentially frame these companies in the situation.
To be honest, this isn't an area that I know that much about, so I will very, very quickly be going outside my comfort zone. And the things I do say, I would really recommend reading up on or sanity checking some of this. So you can make the argument that if you're able to basically extend access to the internet using things like low Earth orbit satellites and things, then that may reduce the need for you to be building significant amounts of connectivity on the ground. So there may be an environmental impact from just not having to have so many structures. Now, the thing is, I don't really feel I know enough to give a good steer either way for this, because it's not like putting a rocket, putting a satellite on a rocket and then then getting into the sky isn't, that's not exactly a low energy activity. Now, I'm afraid I don't have access to the numbers to make much in the way of kind of comparisons between these two things. And I feel that it's probably outside my area of expertise to really give a useful answer. So I would love to read about this more and be able to kind of talk about the kind of the relative carbon footprints of these different ways of providing connectivity to people, but it's probably a little bit outside my domain of expertise. But this is one thing I'll probably do a bit of research on this year, or one thing that I'll be helping people do. We run a fellowship program specific to help people explore and answer some of these questions where I work, and we'll probably be opening it. We'll be opening the fellowship program in the next couple of years, or sorry, the next few weeks. Yeah, so yeah, I'm sorry I didn't have a good answer about the satellite one, but it's not one that I have too much knowledge of, I'm afraid.
Are they, do you want us to follow up, or do you find the, yeah, okay, well, are there any other questions or remotely?
Sorry.
Yes, Andrew.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrei Sherbovich. I am from McGill University in Montreal, Canada. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for this wonderful presentation, which is really important and not really this kind of like the standpoints are not really really popular in the society. So people thinking of internet governance, they're not thinking of these issues. Even in my courses, some students don't think so far away from what we're discussing, but it's not so far away, I think. But the question is, so my question is how this agenda is related, or maybe you're collaborating with the Sustainable Development Goals, or with the
Yes.
United Nations and other institutions.
Yes, there are two
This
things.
agenda.
Yeah.
This is the first part of the question, and the second
Okay.
part of the question. Do you consider it as possible to adopt some legal obligations or international agreements in this field to support make this
Yes.
agenda more achievable among
Yeah.
nations? Thank you very much.
Okay, so if I understand it, there are, so one of these questions was, are there groups like the UN, or are there any other bodies that are doing work in this field specifically? And so I can explain that one first. In the UN, there is a project called UN Codes, which is specifically about addressing the environmental impact of digital, but also the ability of digital to help us achieve some of the sustainable development goals, things like, say, climate change, access to water, and things like that. So this is actually an ongoing discussion, and there is ongoing work on here. I'll see if I can share the link with you. If you look up UN Codes, you'll find that, and it's a bit of a strange word to actually have, but UN Codes and Sustainability, if you put it into a search engine, you'll find a bunch of work around that. The other thing to bear in mind is that groups like the Internet Architecture Board, they recently put out a call to basically say, hi, we are looking for proposals and ideas to help us understand how to reduce the environmental impact of the internet. So there are people who actually are doing this, and it's worth bearing in mind that the ITU, the International Telecoms Union, they have basically come out and said, in order for us to stay within the kind of Paris Agreement, these targets of 1.5 degrees of warming, we need to be reducing emissions by 7.5% year on year. They came out saying that in 2020. So there already are targets, and there already is buy-in from organizations that have been saying this. Now, you can make the argument that the degree to which people are actually vocal about this is maybe uneven in various places. But no, there are people working on this, and this is actually a thing that people have come out and said. And actually, in various parts of the world, you actually have legally binding drivers for this. So in, say, the UK, for example, the UK is one of many countries which now have legally binding carbon reduction targets, where the country is legally bound to reduce their emissions on a year-by-year basis, or to achieve, say, net zero by a particular date. And because various departments use tools like digital, they are actually saying, well, what we spend a few $100 million each year on technology. Okay, technology suppliers, what are you doing to help us achieve our goals? Because these are goals that we are mandated to achieve. We can't not achieve these goals. So there is actually kind of pressure at that level, but you also see the same kind of investor pressure from people who are shareholders, basically saying, I need you to act on this to avoid being exposed to climate risk. So it's not necessarily people saying we want to reduce our emissions because we think it's the right thing. In the private sector, it's much more about, I want to minimize my exposure to all these risks that are coming. And basically, I don't mind why people are trying to actually reduce emissions, as long as they're reducing emissions so to kind of that's in line with the science most of the time. So like, I think that both of these things, while I'm much happy with the first one, which is based around like a legally based process, which is usually tied to things like human rights and thought and being considerate to future generations, if people end up using other reasons to reduce emissions and actually integrate an awareness of climate into their work, I will still accept that as an improvement on where we have been over the last 10 years.
Thank you. So Chris, are there any other questions for Chris? I do have another question. And is it, this theme about the green internet? I just wanted to know, how recent that theme is becoming a thing, like people start talking about it, or on the other hand, how old it has been.
Yeah. So it's actually something which is it's not it's you if you look around, you'll basically see there is actually a relatively this kind of research has been going back since like the 90s, to be honest. People have been talking about this, but as we've basically become much more aware of climate, you've seen a real uptick in interest. So for example, in the last, say, year and a half, an organization, was the formation of the Green Software Foundation, where you had lots of industry bodies coming together to think about, okay, how do we design software to take account of these, to make it easier to build, say, greener tools, for example. So you have seen a real uptick in the last 5 years. And I think a lot of that has been driven partly by regulation and people becoming more aware of the fact that, yes, the energy has to come from somewhere to power our digital world. And it turns out that, it's not really a cloud. It's a honking great data building full of computers somewhere, which has a very, very significant impact, in the same way that like a cargo ship has a massive impact. I've shared a link to the IAB, which is the Internet Architecture Board, where they shared their call for papers for their first workshop around the environmental impact of internet applications and systems. So you have seen a real uptick in the last few years, and I can only see that becoming more prominent as people become more and more aware and concerned about the need to act.
Thank you. Well, I think themes like this will be coming up in these internet governance forums that we talk around all year round. Since a recent and very important thing to discuss, especially from the internet perspective, because we are all connected, like you say. So, Chris, it was a pleasure to have you here today. And maybe one of these days we meet in one of these meetings around the world, right?
Yes. All right.
Okay.
Thanks, folks. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
And with this, we're going to take a small 5-minute break, and we'll be back for the next meeting. And again, we'd like to thank our sponsors for supporting this school. So thank you, and they're there. Thank you. Good afternoon. For those people that are connected remotely, our next session, which is going to be with Steve Crocker, and we're going to have a conversation with him and the students here in our location. He's coming, but it's going to take about around 15 minutes before he gets here to the location. He had to go outside, he's coming back. So again, have another coffee break, and we will be here in 15 minutes. Thank you so much, and apologize for that delay. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're getting closer to start the session. We're still waiting about 5 more minutes before he gets up here at the 5th floor of this building where we are located. So we're going to take 5 minutes and we will be back. Thank you for being patient. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're back. This time we have invited Steve and Pablo Rodriguez to have a conversation with Steve. And the idea is that please, we have an opportunity here for you to ask if you're curious about Steve and the way he got involved with the internet. This is time for you to ask. We don't have this opportunity like this to have such a pioneer, internet pioneer with us. So please, your questions, bring them in and we will have just a conversation. And remotely, if you want to have a question for him too, please put it in the chat and we will say it loudly. So Pablo.
Thank you so much, Eduardo, and good afternoon to those of you who are present here, and good time of the day for those of you who are participating remotely. This afternoon, or at this time of the day, we would like to have a friendly conversation with Dr. Steve Crocker. The idea is that we want to get pointers about what takes place in the early days regarding the internet, what happened in his early days when he was a student, both at elementary level, at university level, as those of us who are here and being in an academical institution, it is interesting and important for us to understand what is that environment, what is the substrate that we should provide to students to develop this kind of. So Steve, tell us a little bit about you and how did you come about in your early days? What did you study? What motivated you?
This is going to be boring. As a child, I was a math geek, and to give you an idea what that means, I was not too social, and if I had to go to a party, I would take a math book with me to have something to read and sit in the corner. And I had the good fortune, I guess, to enjoy learning mathematics. So that's, I mean, I was talking about an early age. I did very well in my math courses because I advanced quite a bit of math by myself. And I would engage in math contests in high school and did reasonably well. Around my junior year in high school, I was able to begin to get access to computers, and that seemed very interesting. I wanted to see how they worked. And so I was, in those days, computers were available at universities. There were no personal computers. There was no computers in high school, but I would hang out at the local university and learn a little bit. I spent the summer between my 11th grade and 12th grade at UCLA learning programming Fortran and mostly Fortran, I think. And then I had a very peculiar accident in a positive way. I was in Los Angeles and there was a program available at UCLA for certain high school students to be able to also enroll at the same time on campus at UCLA and take college level classes. And so during my senior year of high school, I was enrolled in this program. And then you have to choose what course to take. And it's dominated by what courses were available on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the afternoon when the four of us who were in the program all shared a car to come over the hill from the San Fernando Valley. Wow. And so that limits the choices. One of the possibilities was a course, Psychology 1A, introductory course in psychology. That sounded interesting. Nothing like that was available in high school in any of religion. So two of us signed up for that course. They counseled us to not be bashful, to engage in questions. And I guess they alerted the professors that they were going to have some high school students in their class. So this was a very, very standardized introductory course, one topic after another, no particular order to it as best I could tell. And one of the lectures was on the Guthrie model of perception, and the professor introduced it as having 4 axioms. Axioms, I know what axioms are, I'm a math guy. So I raised my hand and I said, something along the lines of, could you try that out? Could you use those rules and, program that maybe, and something good might happen? I don't remember getting much of an answer on the spot, but several weeks later, the professor calls me in, and it turns out that he's written a couple of letters on my behalf. One went to an organization called the System Development Corporation, and they had been teaching third graders how to program, which in those days was very, very far advanced. And the other went to somebody at the RAND Corporation in Santa Monica, not too far from where we were. And it was a lengthy response of where to study this kind of stuff and what the opportunities were and so forth, and invited me to come and chat. Okay, I'm 16 years old, and there's an opportunity to go meet somebody. So I go down to the RAND Corporation. I talk with this guy, and I'm sort of surprised that he gives me a paper by some guy named Feigenbaum. He shows me some other papers that he and his friends have written on human problem solving. Smack dab in the middle of this topic that I had just vaguely mentioned. So Feigenbaum turns out to be now has been for a long time, a very famous professor at Stanford in artificial intelligence. The man himself was Herb Simon, who was even much more famous, a Nobel Prize winner later, who helped found the whole field of artificial intelligence, and not incidentally, have transformed Carnegie Mellon University into the powerhouse that it is. He and Alan Newell and others had written papers, and it took me about 6 months before I had a clue that I had gotten this kind of exposure to an absolute pinnacle of that topic that I had just had this vague conception about. That stuck in my head, and I was sort of bit by the AI bug. This is 1961. This is a very long time ago, 60 years ago. 61 years ago now. I continued my undergraduate work at UCLA. I was not a very good student, but I was very active in the computing circles there. I learned to program. I started to make some money writing programs for other people. I was in and out of school, actually, and so it took me a while to finish getting through. And there were minimal opportunities for studying artificial intelligence, a little bit, but not a lot. And as I got closer to the point of finishing my undergraduate work, I remember sitting down and thinking, okay, what do I want to do? I could finish college and go work in industry. Did not appeal to me a whole lot. I knew I could, be successful, but it would be boring and so on. And I really wanted to study this artificial intelligence. I took a trip. Visited a bunch of schools, and I wound up going to MIT to the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory there under Marvin Minsky. Unbelievably thrilling opportunity. Every sort of thing was going on at the time. This was 1967. They're building very elementary robots that didn't work very well. The vision component of it was pretty rinky-dink. A kid named Richard Greenblatt finally had gotten a chess program that actually played chess. The literature on chess programs up to that time was written by very famous people, but the aggregate amount of experience that all those chess programs had was maybe a dozen games total. This program, you could sit and play chess against it all day long. The first interactive, thing. Didn't play super level chess, but it played chess that was good enough to beat me most of the time, and it got better and I didn't. It was quite impressive. And there was symbolic mathematics, integration, things that we take for granted now, but it would do symbolic mathematics were the main successes at that point in time. I'm cranking on way too long. You asked the story, tell your life story.
You have all the time.
I was there for a year and a half, and summer '68 was coming, and I needed to find a job. My finances were depleted, and I needed to make some money over the summer. I wound up coming back to UCLA to work with the professor that I had worked for as an undergraduate, Jerry Estrin. My good friend Vince Cerf, we were close in high school. He went off to Stanford for undergraduate. He came back to Los Angeles after he finished. He got married early and was interested in graduate school. I introduced him to Estrin, and he wound up going to grad school at UCLA. So Vint and Jerry Estrin were both at UCLA, and they made a good, decent offer for me to come and work with them for the summer. So I came back to UCLA in roughly May 1968. And then there was a graduate student conference that had graduate students from different research projects around the country. And there was an invitation that had come to UCLA, and Vint was going off to that. And I thought, well, that sounded good, but I couldn't go on behalf of UCLA because I was just there visiting from MIT. And then after a while, Minsky's secretary hunted me down and said, "Oh, there's this conference, and we're supposed to send somebody. Can you go?" And I said, "Yeah, I can go." And they said, "Well, we don't have any of the details." I said, "Never mind, I got it under control." So I went off to the same meeting, and it was eye-opening in several respects. I had paid no attention up until that point about where the money came from for research projects. Words like National Science Foundation and so forth were vague. I mean, I was young, and you know, my sense of vision in terms of who to work for and what to do were what was immediately visible. But the behind the scenes issue of who funded what was nothing I had gotten involved in. But it turned out that what this particular conference was the networking meeting in the sense of networking of people. It was graduate students from each of the several projects that were funded by the office within the Advanced Research Projects Agency that was funding all of the computer science research, time sharing, artificial intelligence, graphics, architecture, and so forth of the day. And there were 30 of us at the meeting. All white males, I noted at the time, although that changed fortunately later. And I was astonished that all of the projects that were represented there, all of the people who came, were doing things that I thought was interesting. Now, I was full of myself, of course, at the time. I had my own sense of what was interesting and what wasn't, and I was amazed. And I remember thinking, somebody else has figured this out too. And the only person from ARPA, and I say ARPA because at the time the agency was called ARPA, Advanced Research Projects Agency, and then a few years later, in a bureaucratic move, it was renamed DARPA, but I typically refer to it. Anyway, in those days it was ARPA. There was one person there from ARPA who was chairing the meeting. He was only about a year older than I was, as it turned out. And when I realized how neat it was that all of these projects were represented there, I went up to him and I said, "When are you leaving?" He looked at me like, "Yeah, sure, kid," because it made it clear that I wanted his job. But one of the interesting things at that, this was late June, early July, the tail end of June, beginning of July that summer of '68. He talked about this project to connect these computers together, the ARPANET project. No one was interested. Why would you could do that, but we're doing serious, real research in artificial intelligence and in fancy graphic systems and in multiprocessor architectures and in advanced programming languages, etc. So it was kind of a thud in terms of the reaction that he got when he explained this project. Fast forward only a few weeks, and we get told that there's a meeting in mid-August, late August, of first 4 sites that are going to be connected to this network. UCLA turned out to be the first of the 4. The others were at SRI and in Menlo Park, California, and University of California, Santa Barbara, and University of Utah in Salt Lake City. And Vint and I get told that we get to go to this meeting. So we drive up to in Santa Barbara. So it was a couple-hour drive. And at that point, the decision had been made to build the network They had not yet selected who was going to design the routers, the IMPs. But the basic plan had been set forth. And we were invited to deal with the, sort of less interesting problem of how do we connect up our computers to that network and get things going at our end, each of the other, and our counterparts. Several of us in the room, there weren't so many that I could say several, but a few of us in the room anyway, said, well, this is a little more interesting than that, because yes, it's clear that you would want to log into or remotely to another machine on the network. Yes, it's clear you would want to be able to move a file from one machine to another. That's just sort of the basic stuff. There might be many, many more interesting things to do. Having processes in one machine talking to processes in other machines, cooperating. You might have different kinds of capabilities, big databases, fancy graphics, very fast computations, whatever. You might want to join these together to all work on the same problem. And so the outcome of that short meeting, a day and a half in Santa Barbara, was that a few of us, not the person who was chairing the meeting, decided that we'd keep talking to each other and sort out these ideas. And humorously or ironically, we decided that we would visit each other's laboratories. And I say ironically because we understood that the point of this network, among other things, that is, it would enable people to work together without having to travel. First decision we made was to travel to each of the sites and blow the travel budgets, small as they were in those days, of our institution. So I found myself attracted to that. I didn't get attracted to it from a research point of view. I still had in mind tackling the really big problems like artificial intelligence. And this was just a distraction. I used to sneer in those days that network had only socially redeeming qualities, but it wasn't intellectually challenging as I thought, real research was. I was wrong. It turns out to be plenty of very hard and challenging and worthwhile problems to deal with. And at the end of the summer, I was supposed to go back to MIT, and I found that I wasn't sleeping well. I took that as a strong signal that I better think about it, and I realized that I was not eager to go back to MIT. And I mentioned it to Jerry Estrin. He said, well, you want to stay here, make you an offer. You can skip the master's program and go right into PhD. And it was a very, very nice offer. And I made a big show of spending more than 5 minutes on the decision. But within the week, I said, that's what I'm going to do. So I went back to MIT and I signed out. I said, I'm not coming back. And I came back and I continued to work on this networking stuff.
Steve, just to give us a little bit of a background, what type of computers were you working with at the time?
Yes, good question. At MIT, in the artificial intelligence laboratory, we had a PDP-6, which was the same architecture as the later PDP-10. MIT also had the
mainframe?
Yeah, these were, I'm sorry, it is a long time ago. Digital equipment, 36-bit, 250,000 word memory, mainframe used in a time sharing fashion. There was also the so-called compatible time sharing system, which was a IBM 7094 that had been modified. That was had 30 to 50 users all the time. And a very big project, thank you, a very big project called Multics that was being developed, which was, it's all in the history books now, but you read about it. But it was very aggressive with 2 levels of paging and segmentation and all kinds of security and quite a large effort. At UCLA, Jerry Estrin had procured a Scientific Data Systems Sigma 7. Scientific Data Systems got acquired by Xerox, so it became a Xerox Data Systems Sigma 7. Scientific Data Systems had previously produced some very fine, cost-effective, efficient computers. The Sigma 7 was an architectural disaster. And it was also an engineering disaster. But that was the machine that we had. And when I came back at the beginning of the summer and that machine was there, the software that was on it was a batch processing operating system. And I said, no, you got to have time sharing. You can't do any real research in computer science without time sharing. I said, well, we could write a time sharing system over the summer real fast. And I could use the design of what I'd seen at MIT and just sort of port it with whatever changes need to be made to accommodate the changes in the architecture. And Estrin said, okay, go for it. And halfway through the summer, we found that there was another project that was far ahead of what we had done at Lawrence Livermore that was doing the same thing. So we said, okay, we'll scrap ours, we'll take that. And so that was the computers that we were working with. So that computer, the Xerox Data System Sigma 7, turned out to be the first host on the ARPANET because we were the first site and the IMP came and we connected to it. The PDP-10 was a much more successful computer. Digital Equipment did a very nice job on it. And there were multiple, there was more than one operating system, timeshare system. Bolt, Brannick and Newman produced one that they called 10X that was absolutely lovely to use. The MIT Artificial Intelligence Laboratory had one called Incompatible Time Sharing System with which was kind of a mild insult to the compatible time sharing system. The system that we borrowed or that we got a copy of from Lawrence Livermore Laboratory was called Gordo. And we made a number of changes to it to fit to what we needed. And after we made a number of changes, we said, all right, I think we can give it our own name for this thing. So we said, well, what should we call it? We could call it 7X, like 10X. We could call it Sigma X. And neither of those sounded very good. So we just shortened it to SEX, sex. So we had the SEX operating system. We had the SEX users manual. We had the SEX users group. We had a sign that we put on the machine room door that said SEX is available. And when I talk about it now, many, many years later, I'm astonished that they let us do that. But it allows me to say that we were the first to put sex on the internet. It wasn't any more interesting than that. The more interesting stuff came later. So that's the context. Now, the technical aspects were also pretty interesting. I said that our vision of what this network should do should encompass more than the elementary basics of could you log in as if you had dialed up a remote machine, or could you move a file from one place to another? So we started to tear the problem space apart, and the idea of thin layers of protocols that you would build up, sort of like the way you decompose a software problem and try to create a clean architecture for a major software project. And key abstraction was, could you build something that would be the equivalent of just an endless stream of bits that would go from one place to another, even though there was packet switching underneath and all that. So that was one part. And then on top of that, we could build things like moving a file, or we could build things like interactive login, terminal interaction, or eventually email or other kinds of things. And this group of people, our means of communicating with each other was basically to get in front of each other face to face. Other than that, we had a telephone. There was no network. We couldn't send email. It didn't exist yet. So we had a series of meetings rotating around our different laboratories. And after a few months, it's a very interesting ideas emerged. One of them, my favorite, which I take no credit for at all, wasn't mine, was Jeff Rulifson at SRI said, you know, this network is sort of fast, but not fast enough. If you're having some interaction, some of that interaction could be done locally if it knew what to do for a given program that you're interacting with. So you could imagine that at the beginning of a session, the first thing that would happen is you download a small program that would be interpreted. You'd have to have a common interpreter on all these machines. And so one typical example was this. Many of the systems that we had were full duplex, which meant that when you typed a character, what you saw on your terminal wasn't controlled by the terminal that you were using. It was controlled by the computer. So you type an A would go into the computer, and the computer would then send back an A, and then an A would be typed. So that's not too interesting if they're going to see the exact same thing. But in some cases, in the interesting cases, you might see something different. An example that turned out to be interesting is this. If you were about to log in, you could type L and then O and then G, and it knew that there was nothing else that was appropriate to type other than I and N. And so instead of sending back just the G, it would send back the G and the I and the N. So you type L-O-G and you'd see login and it would come out right away. So if you now try to stretch that across this network, it might be a little slow. So one could imagine that things could be arranged so that the fact that you typed L-O-G, it would know that you could finish that with IN, and it would do that locally and under the covers to coordinate all of that. So that was the kind of thing that we thought about. And Rulifson said, we could design a language in which these interactions could be specified. And then when you connect to a remote machine, it would send you a small program that would embody these interactions. And you'd have a common language that everybody could have an interpreter. We had, most of us understood the basics of what programming languages were about and could write simple compilers and interpreters. Because that was sort of bread and butter stuff for us in those days. It took a whack at designing a little language that never came into existence. It was about 25 years ahead of time before ActiveX and then later Java were invented that would do this thing. And now you have RESTful interfaces that do all of this. But we could see that that would be pretty cool if you could do that. And it would make a big difference in the utility, not just that it would be clever. So we were kicking around these ideas in these meetings that were a couple of days a piece at each of these laboratories every several weeks. And in around March of '69, the BBN had already been selected to be the contractor for the network. No IMPs had been delivered yet. We didn't have the full specification of what the interface was going to look like. But we said, okay, we've been kicking around these ideas. Maybe we should start writing them down. So we dealt out some assignments to ourselves. It was all self-organized. You've been working on that topic. You write something up. You've been working on that topic, et cetera. I took one. And then I volunteered casually to say, I'll be happy to organize these notes. I went home and spent some time trying to think about what I was going to write that was going to organize these notes. And I kept stalling. I was very nervous about it. And I realized when I stopped to think about it, why I was nervous about it. I thought the act of writing down these notes could trigger a negative reaction. Who the hell are you guys? Who told you you could specify anything? I expected some adult. I mean, we were in our 20s, we were graduate students, we didn't have a formal structure or mandate or anything. And so I was expecting somebody with authority, probably from the East. I didn't know whether it'd be from Washington or Boston, but here we are on the West, and I figured there'd be some authority coming in and talking to us. So it took me several false starts. And then I decided, well, we'll make these very light. No requirements. You can write anything you want. It could be a question without an answer. It could be a partial design. It didn't have to be. And all you had to do was put your name and institution and a date and a title on it. And we'll number these things. And I'll hand out the number after you write it because I don't want a lot of holes in the sequence. I don't want people to say, I'm going to write this, and then it would never show up. And one of the other guys, Bill Duvall, had made a clever suggestion to call these things request for comments. I said, yep, that's the right thing. So the part of the rules I wrote is that every one of these things, no matter whether it was totally informal or even very formal, as a matter of form, would be called a request for comments. And I figured that this would last for a few months and then eventually we'd have some formal documentation. And early April, we sent out a batch of these notes. A bunch of them have been written all more or less at the same time. I wound up with RFC 1 for the technical stuff that I was doing, and RFC 3 for the description of these rules. And to my great surprise, things have persisted and persisted and persisted, and became the dominant, sort of the de facto way of documenting protocol design. And our little group evolved and evolved and evolved, and over many, many transformations, became the essence of what's today's Internet Engineering Task Force, designing the protocols for the internet.
That is amazing, because for those of us who are in academia, we know that when we write an article, it has to be peer reviewed.
Yeah.
And that process takes a long, long time. But in technology, we really don't have that time. We need results now, so that the fact that you were able to develop such a system that it is also peer reviewed, but it moves pretty much very quickly, makes a big difference.
So it's a very good point. Let me say something about the peer review. So how are we going to distribute these notes to each other? You sit down, you write something. Well, we had a little mailing list of one person at each site, and then you could locally make a copy of it to anybody. And when we added somebody to the mailing list, we sent out another one of these notes. So I have a substantial number of RFCs in my name, but many of them are just changes to the mailing list. A few are actual technical, but there are certain administrative numbers. Eventually, we designed the basic protocols for the ARPANET, and they got implemented, and Telnet for remote login and file transfer, and then email and so forth. And then, of course, in the future, as this evolved, the development of new protocols was done by interacting by email and so forth. And now, several years ago, if you look at the process of converging on what the result, how to design a new protocol, the RFC is the result of many earlier interactions, of email interactions, and then there was creation of a thing called an internet draft. And so by the time it reaches an RFC stage today, it's been through multiple peer reviews, and it's been through all kinds of editorial review and so forth. And no comments are actually requested at all, even though the words request for comments are still labeled on it. George Orwell wrote the novel 1984 about the change in wording that would take place, that everything would be reversed. And we passed 1984, and RFCs no longer mean these informal drafts that we were writing.
So far, we have how many? Over 8,000?
Yeah, there's 8,000, but if you try to compare those, a single RFC today has behind it, hard to count, but probably hundreds of emails and several internet drafts and so forth. So if you compare those to the early RFCs we wrote, there's really a totally different, it'd be like hyperinflation for currency in some sense. I mean, no relationship between the early RFCs and the more recent RFCs. But it's I think it passed 8,000. Right. We wrote an index of the first 100, and I was surprised. I was asked to write something for when we hit 1,000, and I felt like this Sorcerer's Apprentice. Can't turn this off.
That is fantastic. Steve, can you give us a little bit of a sense of what was taking place on that day in which UCLA was connecting to SRI? SRI stands for Stanford Research Institute. Yeah. And so what was like that day?
Yeah. Quite a bit has been made of that, and I'll tell you the full story. Bull, Brannick, and Newman delivered the first IMP exactly on time, actually slightly early, which was annoying because we didn't have our software working yet. 1st of September 1969. Second site was at SRI in October, 1st of October, 1969. So there was obvious pressure to see if you could make something happen. The routers, the IMPs, could talk to each other. The telephone line, the lease line connecting the sites had been installed. The two IMPs were installed. Each IMP had a teletype connected to it so that you could actually use the IMP in a limited fashion to talk to another IMP somewhere. All of that worked instantly. BBN does a fantastic job. They just rolled in the machines, plugged them in, plugged all the interfaces in, and they all worked. So there was pressure to get at least a minimal tiny experiment with our machine, which was the Sigma 7, and their machine, which was an SDS 940, a scientific data system, same company, but earlier design of a very, very lightweight, but very elegant time-sharing system. And this was Doug Engelbart's laboratory where he had invented the mouse and had hypertext and had in late 1968 run what became known as the mother of all demos. All of the stuff that we take for granted today was working in his laboratory at the time. You could click on a link, you could show different levels of detail on a graphics display for structured documents and so forth. Bill Duvall did the software at their end to make it possible to log into their machine from the IMP, and Charlie Klein did some software on our end. And late one evening, they decided to run an experiment. So this is not a highly orchestrated and thing, but Kleinrock's description of it all has made a much bigger deal about it. So late one evening, sort of on the order of 10 o'clock, Charlie is in Los Angeles and Bill is in Menlo Park, and they agree, and they're talking on the phone, and Charlie types an L. The L goes through the software and it gets to SRI, and the SRI machine echoes the L and it comes all the way back and it prints out UCLA. And Charlie types an O, same thing happens, and the O comes back. Charlie types a G and all hell breaks loose. The machines crash. Why do the machines crash? Well, it turned out that the software that Bill had written rather hastily didn't anticipate that there were going to be 3 characters coming back instead of 1, and overflowed the buffer, and the space is very tight in those machines those days, and it crashed. They fixed it, and they got past that very quickly. But in the logbook, they wrote down what happened, and Kleinrock has then made a very big deal, including even using the LO in a movie title, Lo and Behold, so forth. So it was, one of those things where the senior people see the public relations possibilities, and the people who are actually doing the work say, really, it's just a very simple little thing, and so we've all lived with that. I mean, much worse things have happened in the world than that, but it's just a minor thing. It would be several months before we had general purpose ability to log in from any machine to any other machine. We had a bake-off at MIT in October 71, and representatives from several sites came, and each one tried to log in from their machine to every other machine, and we had a big matrix of where the connectivity was. There was one site that was not ready to go at all, and so its column and its row were empty, and much of the other was filled in. It was a big thing, and the fact that that meeting took place meant that a lot of people put a lot of time into preparing in advance, and so that moved things along. A year later, in 1972, in I think it was November, it might have been October, there was a public conference, ICC, International Communications something thing, with a terminal IMP. That's an IMP that had also interfaces for terminals to be connected to it, was put in place on the ballroom floor of the Hilton in Washington, D.C. and there were scripts that were prepared and a whole bunch of software that was made available on different machines around the network. And then the public was invited to come in and sit down. A room was probably at least this size, and there were terminals all over the place. And you could sit down at a terminal and there'd be a little booklet that would say, if you type connect to this site, then you could play chess against that machine. And if you typed connect to this site, you could do something else. So it was a big thing. It was a lot of fun. It was quite dramatic. And there were a number of interesting anecdotes that occurred out there. In the setup process, there were stories about one guy trying to make something work, and he's logged into a particular machine, and he sees that somebody he's worked with remotely is also logged in on that machine, and he connects to him and starts chatting with them and says, I'm having trouble, and where are you? And the other guy says, well, I'm in Washington. And I said, well, I'm in Washington too, and where are you? And they turn out to be a few feet apart from each other. Another memorable incident was Bob Metcalf was fond of telling this. There's 3 guys in suits from AT&T come, and they take a look, and they turn up their nose, say it'll never work, and they go off and like that. But from that point on, the ARPANET was very successful in the sense that, first of all, it worked, and we all started to use it. I moved from UCLA to ARPA to actually work as a program manager. I got that guy's job, and I got to run those conferences. It was a lot of fun, but I interrupted my graduate work. It was before I finished my doctorate, and those days I had long hair, and I had a long beard, a big bushy beard. It's hard to envision, I know. And but it was, this was Vietnam War era, hippies all over the place. I didn't care much about all that stuff. My long hair was due to it was sort of accidental, because I had trouble with my sideburns, and the sideburns I was shaving and it wasn't very controlled. And so I decided I'd better just let the hair grow and I could reset the sideburns. And in those days I had a beard that grew very rapidly. And in that process, I found, I'm in my early 20s, I'm walking down the street and I can read the changes in reactions that people have to me. Cops looked at me a little harder. Women looked at me a little longer. I said, I can, so I let my hair grow. I show up in Washington. I've got long hair and a beard. I've got to wear a suit every day. I go into it's not the Pentagon. They've moved out of the Pentagon to an office in Arlington, but still it's a formal Department of Defense office. And I figured, I'm happy to cut it off and, look more normal, but we'll just see what happens. Most amazing thing was instant credibility. He's not here for his looks. He must know what he's talking about. Really, you could feel it. You could touch it. You could almost feel it. So I worked for 3 years in Washington, demonstrations against the Vietnam War outside. I'm carrying a top secret clearance going to work, and I've got a long hair and a beard. I look like I'm one of them when I'm outside, except for the suit. And when I come inside, I'll go into a room, and there's, depending upon who it was, sometimes there might be a quick, and then we'd have technical conversations and like that. I avoided doing my dissertation work on networks and protocols because as I said, I was quite full of myself, and I thought, well, this is useful, but it's not serious, real research. And I was still focused on artificial intelligence. And when I went to Washington, they hired me because of the work I'd done on the network, but I went because I wanted to be associated with the artificial intelligence work. So I actually got to oversee the artificial intelligence work, and other people continued mostly with the network stuff. And then after 3 years, it was time for me to leave. A few things happened all at the same time. I got married, and I got a job back in Los Angeles at USC's Information Science Institute. And then I focused my attention on formal proof techniques for software program verification, basically. which in those days I viewed as an artificial intelligence topic, because it was a matter of understanding what the thought process was, the reasoning process, and how to document that and how to join that thought process with the actual code that was there. I visited a young professor in Ohio a few months ago who had studied current thinking in program verification with very, very good people, and then had switched to focus his attention on artificial intelligence. And I was explaining how these were the same thing to me, and he looked at me, gave me a funny look, like how those are completely different topics, and they just diverged. The techniques and the issues have just diverged so much that they were very separate. Anyway, I came back to Los Angeles. I spent some time and finally finished a thesis in program verification, and continued doing research in that for quite a while, and avoided doing networking stuff, and then gradually rotated back into networking, first through security issues, and then more generally, and then I got later involved in ICANN, and here I am.
Well, Steve, we're almost running out of time, but I don't want to let you go. Can we get a couple of more hours? No? Okay, so before
See how clever I am? I used up all the time.
you did, but I don't want to let you go until I would like to ask. We have a group of people that are basking on all this wisdom and experiences, and we would like to know, what are those projects that you wish people would focus on? What are those problems that we should tackle, that we should look just very broadly, right? Without going into all the, but if we at the same questions that I asked you when I was doing I began in my doctoral program, I came running to Steve and I said, if you had a doctoral student, what would you like him to study? So that's the same question. We have a number of students in the university. What would you tell them to study? What should they tackle? And for those leaders in the internet community, what are those projects and those problems that we should focus on and tackle?
I am always like it when a student can develop a sense of direction, an imagination. What would you wish for, rather than being handed a specific topic? I know an awful lot of graduate students join a group and the professor hands them a topic and says, you work on this and so forth. And that works for a lot of people, but it's not the kind of thing that I always envisioned. I like when somebody says, I want to work on the following area, I want to try to see if we can solve the following problem. And there's a lot of interesting problems. My background led me to focus on fairly technical issues, both in the design of protocols and also in design of formal proof systems and so forth. But there are now, particularly today, still many problems in the hardcore engineering and design of protocols. But there's also, as we see, not only every day, but almost every minute, incredibly complicated social issues of what information should be available to whom, and how do you mediate that, and how do you understand it? You know, what is the impact of different policies and so forth? How do you protect children on the one hand? How do you have free speech on the other hand? No clear answers. So there's got to be, well, there is necessarily an enormous amount of room for creativity to try to understand deeply what's going on, and then to imagine what improvements there would be. And in fact, just the subject of, well, what do you mean by an improvement? How would you measure it? Or what an improvement for me might be a negative for you. And that puts you right smack in the middle of big societal issues. And so there's a tremendous range of these kinds of problems, both little and big, applied in narrow areas or, big thing. So whatever problem area attracts you, do the homework, study what's been done, think hard about it, test your hypotheses, and you'll wind up making a contribution.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for spending this afternoon with us. And thank you to all of you who are present here and for those of you who are watching remotely. Thank you so much for this afternoon, and we're looking forward to having more of this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve, for such a sexy presentation. We love this story about this sexy computer. Time flies. We really appreciate that you were so candid in telling us about your story. I hope it inspired many of us doing things like the way you did. The idea is that, people think about people's life and how they change and what change it had in the humanity with the internet. And, we're really proud to have you here because you were one of those pillars that were there. Even though at the time you didn't know about it, hey, that's the way it works. So we're going to take a 1-minute break and we're going to wrap up the today's day, and an applause for Steve. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to do a little wrap up of what has happened from yesterday and today. And like I said, yesterday we have some basic concepts about internet governance. We learned about multi-stakeholder and the history. So we learned those basics. Today, we spent some time talking about issues of internet governance. We saw the green internet. We never thought that, the internet was, you relate climate and energy with the internet. Also, we saw some of the legalities involved in the artificial intelligence, Metaverse this morning. We saw different parallels universe in the DNS for blockchain and the centralized DNS. The idea here is that you now have some concepts that you can do more research of, and you can decide what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. But the whole idea here is that you have this concept now. Then when you go to really to debate them, you go to the Internet Governance Forum. That's where they debate all these ideas and discuss most of them. Even though we're talking about a few concepts, the things that interest you, that's the place to go to debate, and then decide what you believe and what you don't believe, and you make your own knowledge that way. So tomorrow we're going to talk about cybersecurity and trust. We're going to talk about emerging technologies and how do they impact the internet governance but from the natural disaster side. We're going to have a panel of people that have worked in disasters and they have used technologies for this and the internet. We're going to talk about ethics. In fact, Pablo and Abidoria from ICANN, they're going to talk about ethics in the internet. So that's an issue that you don't hear that much, but it's part of the internet governance things and concepts that we want you to learn about. And at the end tomorrow, we have a couple of sessions with to let you know how you can get involved with the internet governance forums. You know, what opportunities are out there? What can you do? What things where do they happen? So that's so you know, going forward, I hope some of you will get engaged into that. And at the end, we have a conversation with the experts from ICANN, ISOC, us, to let you know about all these organizations, how to get involved with them, how to engage with them, because that's part of how you get involved with the global internet and other people that really makes and take care of the internet globally. So, and that's where you want it to be, if you want to make a difference in the internet. So with that in mind, today's session for this is officially closed. Thank you so much. By the way, thanks our sponsors again, Mr. .PR, the Internet Society, Virtual School, these facilities from the university, the .org from PIR, ICANN for sure, Internet Science Foundation, which is the right hand of the ISOC Internet Society, the Institute of Computer Engineers here in Puerto Rico and HETS, and the Institute of Human Rights, which is somebody they are dedicated to teach ethics, practical ethics here and globally eventually. Our friend from the law firm locally is called Feria Ioli. To all of them, thank you for your support of this school, which without you, we will have not been able to do this today. So see you tomorrow.